Hello, hello. Rasta. Hey. But no, it's Ja. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Okay, I'm gonna make that hot. Just stand by. Gotta fiddle with some things here. And then check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Okay, I think that's pretty. Alrighty. So, boy. Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. And as always, and it's a joy to be of service. It really is. And my heart was filled with joy at the Town of Union meeting. Oh my gosh, there was. The reason that I had real joy is because, you know, I feel like I have a unique vision of what really needs to be done here, and I've been trying my best. I've been shouting, making videos, metaphorically shouting and waving my arms. And I feel like most of the time people, they just look at me and they go, "Oh, Bill always does that. Bill always shouts and waves his arms. Just ignore him." I'm like, yeah, But, and then suddenly, bam! This amazing group of people came together. And I'm so grateful for all of you. Seriously, I am so thrilled to have been a part of, I'm not special. I was just in the right place at the right time. I had my video camera and recorded this amazing meeting with those three guys. And then whoosh, it's like all of a sudden, now we're all together. Now we're all friends. We wouldn't have been friends if it wasn't for Danish Mir. So that's a good thing, right? None of us, a lot of us wouldn't have come together. A lot of us wouldn't necessarily know each other. So that's kind of cool that, there's been positive side effects. The community has really come together. I'm so proud of Endicott. Wow. How all of the amazing signs and artwork and, sorry for the thumbnail. The thumbnail, I'll try to fix that, but it looks like there's a black twisty or something on that, but it's not. It was a mistake that I made in GIMP. I actually drew black, or I erased this one section. Anyway, I'll fix the thumbnail on this. But so let's just do a quick summary and just talk about what kinds of things we're going to talk about on the show. First of all, I think what I really want to do is I just want to play this Town of Union meeting, and we'll watch it together, because people ask me, what happened? Well, it was like a 2-hour thing, so it's hard to encapsulate. So let's just, maybe I can kind of scrub through it and we can find some highlights, or maybe we'll just watch the whole thing. I tend to be a night owl. I know I'm probably up later than most people. But, if you're not going to, if you can't hang live, just watch it tomorrow. Watch it the next day. But, we have a lot to cover. This Town of Union meeting. So here's what I always get off track. Here's what I was trying to say before. So, God bless all the people that are associated with No Burn Broom. Truly, I call No Burn Broom is what I call this whole group. Really, that came together. That's what we all sort of call ourselves, right? Except for some of us are a little uncomfortable with the name No Burn Broom, because it's like an anti thing. It's like no. It's got the word no or don't or against, or like New York residents against drilling. A lot of people had a visceral response to the symbol of the word frack. Remember the black with the red and the white? I have a T-shirt that has that no frack on it. People didn't like that. People had a visceral, it was a terrifying or frightening thing. Some people wanted to rally around. I do agree. I loved NIRAD when it first came out, because NIRAD, I don't even need to tell that whole story, but NIRAD grew out of a wishy-washy group that wasn't getting the job done. And basically, NIRAD was like, hang on, no. And that was the right message for that time. The right message was, hold it. NIRAD's like, New York residents against whatever this, we got to find out more about this thing. So that was okay, but eventually that morphed into, so remember the JLCNY, the Joint Land, no, it was Friends of Natural Gas. That was what the JLCNY sign said, Friends of Natural Gas. But that's a positive, kind of a positive message. So we came up with New York Friends of Clean Air and Clean Water, and it was like a blue sign. Like light blue on top for the sky and dark blue on the bottom for water. I had a very simple, I'm very proud that I had some input into the design of that sign. So, but it was an affirmative message, kind of like the new group here is Aware. Aware has a very kind of an affirmative message. It doesn't, no burn broom. But anyway, the thing with no burn broom, I love all the people. Okay, you've all done, most of the people, let's say, most of the people, some of the people have done some questionable things, but, I think most of us are all doing mostly the right things. We're all trying anyway. So God bless all of you, seriously. So, but here's the thing. I hope somebody, that's emphasis. People go, Bill, why do you write in all caps? I do it for emphasis. If you don't have rich text like bold and underlined and italics, people freak out. I don't write huge sections in all caps. I write chunks. How come you write in all caps? It's for emphasis. So it's like, Bill, how come you shake your head from side to side? It's to emphasize a point, okay? So the point is, this is very important. This over here. How can I? There we go. All this stuff. All that stuff. Okay. Can I? If I could. I can do like. So. This stuff. Here we go. Actually, this is this stuff. So. I don't know why, but No Burn Broom isn't onto this. They're on to PFAS and chemistry and nanoparticles, and that's okay. They got guys with PhDs there. Paul Connett, hats off to you, brother. I love you, Paul. Seriously, your life work. You're an amazing guy. Totally. I could do a 10-minute introduction to Paul Connett. Seriously. A huge fan, okay? I am a huge fan of Dr. Paul Connett, okay? John Ruspentini, you were killer. Your comments your first comments before you all went negative on me, but your first comments were fantastic because, once again, I could probably dig up the old video. Maybe I'll do an edit sometime of this and I'll plug it in, but because I called it out. Originally, it's not like a competition, but what John said is absolutely true. This is a waste disposal facility, and it's quite clear if you read their own documents. If you read the documents that I foiled, it's up on the Dropbox. Where's the battery docs link? So, it's cover that up. How about that? tinyurl.com Endicott battery incinerator. That's my huge document archive. It's a little out of date. I need to go through, do some maintenance on that. But you can find all these things. So here's what I'm trying to say. No Burn Broom is I'm trying to figure out if I want to say this in a very provocative way, because I'm just going to say it. This is polemics. This is my time. I'm going to say it my way, okay? It looks to me like No Burn Broom is trying to negotiate for a cleaner burning incinerator, okay? That's anytime you hear PFAS, 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 PFAS. That's all they talk about is PFAS, 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 PFAS. We love the PFAS. PFAS, PFAS. It's like, how fast can you say it? It's like I should like make a little audio kind of a thing with PFAS, 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 PFAS. How fast can you say it? It's like PFAS, PFAS. PFAS, 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 PFAS. They're going to solve it with permit conditions. They're going to solve it, the PFAS thing, with permit conditions. Is there anybody? Here we go. Is this thing on? Hello? Anybody listening to me? Check, 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 check. Mic check. PFAS, 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 PFAS. They're going to solve the PFAS issue via permit conditions. All those people, God bless you, because I think some of you, maybe not all of you, but at least some of you, I believe, your heart is in the right place. I believe you are working for the same objective that I'm working for. Okay? A few people I'm not so sure about. But here's the deal. If you're talking about PFAS, 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 we love the PFAS, we love to talk about the PFAS, 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 PFAS. PFAS in your porridge, PFAS in your porridge. We love to eat PFAS. We eat it for breakfast. We munch on it at night. PFAS, 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 PFAS. I can't do it. PFAS, 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 PFAS. By the way, I'm gonna my new name of the show. The new name I'm gonna use is This is from John Ruspentini. It's the Bill Huston Agenda. Isn't that a great show name? The Bill Huston Agenda. Like it's the Bill Huston Agenda. Like timpanis. Pom pom. So that's gonna be my new show name. I'm just having some fun tonight, friends. So, because I loved that Town of Union meeting, it really moved my soul. And what moved my soul is that, so, this talk about chemistry is untimely. Hello? Check, check, check. The talk about chemistry is untimely. The talk about chemistry is untimely right now. The talk about chemistry, check, check. I hope... I don't want that compressor on. I hope somebody can hear me. The talk about chemistry right now is untimely. They're going to solve it via permit conditions. That's what the DEC is doing right now. Unless you and we, this is my idea. I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm not a smart guy. I don't have a pedigree. I don't have all the little. It's like Bill, it's William Huston, comma. It's like a bunch of different letters and things. Hats off to people with the letters. You do important work. You do great work. You do fabulous work. But you know what? You don't need to have the letters in order to be smart or to be able to do like really important, valuable work. Okay, so I just get the feeling that I get dissed sometimes because I don't have the little letters past my name. But I know the answer here. Here's the answer that I've been trying to say for a few months now, that we need to get a Type 1 seeker review. Where is it? How can I get my finger? I always have trouble with this. Pull it. All right, there it is. Type 1 seeker review. See that? Take a screen grab. Who can take a screen grab? We need to get a Type 1 seeker review. We didn't get a legal process. That's what I'm saying. This is why we've been trying to melt Donna Lupardo's phone. We're sorry, all circuits are busy. That's what we want. We want to keep calling Donna because she is a major perp in this thing. And we've got some hot shizzle. Not too many people have seen this. I mean, maybe it's out on maybe some of the people that sent it to me put it out on social media already. But we got some hot shizzle, and here's the bottom line. Donna Lupardo is digging in. He's digging in. Oh, there was one, talking about millimeters of movement in the right direction. She now talks about that there's a heating process. Sunjil's heating process. Or heater process. Nothing about smelters, incinerators, high temperature rotary kilns, nothing about burning or roasting. Roasting, by the way, is Glendon Archer's term. He calls it, we do roasting and crushing. Roasting is your heater. I mean, the way Donna describes it, it sounds like somebody's making toast. It's not making toast. It's not making toast. So here's what we need to do, okay? All you people, the people with talking about the chemistry, you're fabulous, you're smart. I love all the letters. I love the way you talk. You're really super fabulous. But either sit down now. I would say just sit down about the chemistry right now and join me in asking for this stuff, because this is going to get us to an environmental impact statement. That's the goal of Seeker. The goal of Seeker is an environmental impact statement. Say it with me now. The goal of Seeker is the environmental impact statement. Got that? That's what we're trying to get to. No Burn Broom isn't saying it. I mean, once in a while they do, okay? It's not 100% off in La La Land. PFAS, PFAS, PFAS. We're all it's like little elves it's like, we are the PFAS people. PFAS, PFAS, PFAS. I'm sorry. I'm just jazzed from that Town Union meeting. We're going to get to that. That was such a fabulous meeting because people, I wave my arms, I shout. I don't feel like people's listening to me. No Burn Broom certainly doesn't listen to me. They unplug me. Boop. It's like, doo-doo. It's like, hello. I'm dialed into the Zoom. It's like on the, what is it? What was it called? The No Burn Broom, community town hall. Was I invited to be a presenter? F no. Could I even give comments at it? Maybe a lead up there in the comments? It's like, no, because Mr. Bloopity Bloop, the Zoom administrator, I'm not even going to say his name, cut me off. Okay, so I don't want to get... We all got to be together, friends. We have to be together if we're going to solve this thing. I mean, I love that there's all these different aspects. There's the artists and the chemistry people and the legal people, nonviolent direct action people now. God bless you all. Aware, right? Aware. Be aware. We have to do some work on aware. We have to, the people that are part of that, but... And if you have an interest in doing nonviolent direct action, especially if you've ever done it before, we want to speak with you. Email me. What's my email address? Oh, it's right down there. It's williamahuston@gmail.com. So please email me if you have done nonviolent direct action, if you've blocked the entrance to a facility. If We Are Seneca Lake, there were some blockades having to do with the Constitution pipeline. If you've ever done a tree sit, you've ever done that kind of stuff. But we're talking about, I mean, we really don't want any of the black bloc type, the anarchist type, which sometimes are hanging around doing this kind of work. What we really want are the grandmothers and then, the moms, and, people of every walk of life. If you look at the video from We Are Seneca Lake, that's another one. I don't know if I said that before, but if you ever came up to Seneca Lake and did direct action, whether you were arrested or not, there were plenty of times we'd all stand out there on the line. No trucks would come in, and they would just let us stand there. It was only when Crestwood or Energy before that, whenever they called the police, they were getting a delivery or something, that they got upset and there were arrests. A lot of times it was just like a big party. Seriously, in front of the gates to Crestwood, there was just a big party, a bunch of us friends, and we'd share food, and people would be making trips in and getting coffee, and so it's a big party, but it's the people coming together, and it's basically the grandmother. I like to call it the grandmother militia. We need to call up the grandmother militia right now. So we also Native people. Getting involvement of Native people. I don't know too many around here. If you have contacts with the Native community, we need to get them energized about this. This is protecting the land. This is protecting the water. This is protecting the air. AW, that's what aware. Air, water, and residents of Endicott. Terry Farrell came up with that. She's running for office for Broome County legislator. I really like Terry, and if you've known me for a long time, I do not tend to make political endorsements. I stay out of politics, but Terry is fabulous. So this is what we need right here. Try to get No Burn Broome. If you know the leadership of No Burn Broome over there, because I don't know, I try to. Anyway, you contact No Burn Broome. You contact the DEC. Joseph DeLu Galinsky. If you've ever called any of those people, you just call Region 7, the air permit people. I think they're in Cortland. I'll get you the number. Contact me. Email me at this email address, and I'll email you their contact info. So Donna Lupardo, DEC, Governor Cuomo, all of these people, okay, Empire State Development, copy them too. Who did I miss? So Donna Lupardo, Fred Akshar, DEC, Governor Cuomo. Start emailing and calling all of these people, especially Donna Lupardo. She's been a very vocal promoter of this thing from the beginning. We have a Donna Lupardo update that's pretty amazing. Donna's digging in, okay? So anyway, I need to move on. This is what we need, friends. We need a type 1 seeker. We need a coordinated review. Remember what I've said this a million times. What happened with the coordinated review? DEC said, I think it's the Notice of Completed Application, the NOCA. And the date was Notice of Completed Application was October 9th, 2019. It said a coordinated review has been done. And then in February, the village attorney, February 6th, village attorney Robert McCurtich wrote a letter to the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation complaining about the same stuff I've been complaining about. A lot of it. I felt like he was watching my videos, reading my stuff. So it's really exciting. I'm a human being. I need validations too. So when I feel like that people are hearing me, that's why I got so jazzed about the Town of Union thing. I felt like I was heard. I don't get heard within No Burn Broome, but you all heard me because so many people started talking about this stuff during the meeting. And thank you. God bless you. All the people that gave me a shout out. Holy Jesus. I was crying with joy Okay, I do this to be of service to the community. So when I heard people saying this, type 1, if I had a nickel for every time I heard somebody say type 1 seeker review, I could or coordinated review or environmental impact statement or 4 public hearings starting with scoping, like bling 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 bling. We're going to watch the video together coming up. We're going to go through these. I could solve a nickel for each time I could solve the coin shortage. Okay? So many of you heard me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because this is what we need. No Burn Broom isn't saying this. This is not on their radar. The direction that No Burn Broom is taking us is permit conditions. No Burn Broom is taking us down the road of building a cleaner burning incinerator. That's the truth. They're going to solve the PFAS issue with permit conditions. Do you get that? We got to be asking for something different. We got to be on the road. What was that Crosby, Stills and Nash song? On the road to Marrakesh? Da 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 do. Na 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 na. On the road, oh, do, do. On the road to. If the work that we are doing is not on the road to an environmental impact statement, guess what? All the chemistry in the world, all the chemistry talk, blah, 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 all the chemistry talk is going to get us a better, cleaner burning incinerator, a better incinerator. So here's just what my question is. What's your goal? What are you working for? Do you want a cleaner burning incinerator, or do you want to stop this thing in its tracks? And actually, as a matter of fact, if we look at it, I can't just be an anti. I was talking about this with, I think, Terry today. I can't just be an anti. I can't just be, and because she's running for office, she's trying to be very careful with what she says, and she says it in a very affirmative, she says, I don't want any additional toxic load to Endicott. I don't want to add to the toxic load. She spoke from a very environmental perspective. She didn't say she was against the facility, because guess what? If the facility doesn't add anything to the toxic load of the area, who gives a I need to have Tim Black as a YouTuber. He's got some little keypad or something. He's got a little iPad, queued up with sound effects like, applause and things like that. I really need to set something up like that. I need a real-time bleeper, like bloop bloop. Every time you hit it, it gives you a different kind of a blop blop, beep beep, like a car horn. Meh. We did a little protest today. Was it a protest? I don't know what it is. We got together, we held up signs, we waved at people. A lot of them honked. My favorite ones were the big diesel trucks with the air horns, like a couple times we got a couple of big diesel air horns. So that was really fun. Friends, once we get an environmental impact statement, I don't have to read everything here. I'm going to let you read it. 4X public hearings beginning with scoping, okay? I heard this so many times during the Town of Union. We need to get to that, okay? Once we get an environmental impact statement, that's when all you chemistry nerds can go nuts. You can talk about PFAS and dioxins and, sulfuric acid and hexavalent chromium and nanoparticles until your tongue turns blue. If you want to, go crazy while we're doing an environmental impact statement. If we're not talking about it, if environmental impact statement is buried on page, it's like page 4 in the middle. That's your main ask. You got to be asking for An environmental impact statement. That's the gold standard of environmental review. We're lucky in New York. We have the gold standard in our state. It's Seeker. They pattern NEPA after Seeker. Or maybe it's the other way around. I think somebody told me it's the other way around. But anyway, it's a pretty darn good environmental law. It's way better than anything they have in Pennsylvania. We need to use it. Why don't we use it? Isn't it a good idea if the DEC follows the law? Because they didn't. How many times have I been through all the defects? I'm not going to bring that chart up. This is the chart we need to focus on right now here, people. This is what we need to be asking for. Everything within this red bracket here, this red brackety area, this is it. This is it. This is it. Right here. This is what. Do a screen grab. This is what we need to be working on, friends, right here. And God bless all of you during the Town of Union meeting that said these things. Okay? So let's move on. Let's start to watch this thing, the Town of Union meeting, and talk about it. Okay, so I have to give me 1 second to 11:48. It's getting close to midnight. Okay, just give me a second, friends. And I set up my shot here. Let me check the chat and see who's in. Watching. How many people are watching right now? Live streaming. We got one. Probably me.
Feet away from the baseball field where children play, from the Z.
Okay, so give me 1 second. We're closer. Watch this. Okay. So seeing that day. in the going. Say if you're listening, popping in 14 playbacks so far. I don't know. People. All right, so this is. I'm going to scan through this. People power to hear people just getting together and for a common purpose. Like I said, so many people. I'm so happy, so proud that so many people were talking about the things that I'm saying really matter. All the stuff I just indicated. Last graphic that I had up. So here we go. Need to set the audio.
To write up that resolution correctly so it's bulletproof. And we don't want it. And what happened to the petition? And this mayor.
44% approximately. What, 6?
I live in Endicott, yeah, I'm off of Skyland Road.
Your last name?
Pardon me?
Your last name?
Carantino. I'm absolutely appalled, disgusted. There's no words for it of how our mayor in Endicott has conducted herself. Word salad, dishonest, you name it. The residents do not want this. This is going to destroy Endicott, and you got to be out of your blooming minds to be bribed into doing this. And if you do it, somebody's getting bribed. That's all there is to it. This is corruption at its worst and hideous. My husband was sprayed with Agent Orange, dioxin. Both of his children had birth defects. You talk about this more dangerous stuff, think about dioxin. And they're going to be burning so many batteries. They're going to be so lax. You think that they're lax about what they're doing now? You think they're going to air quality test any better? They're going to shut them down? Hell no. Birth defects, people. You don't want to deal with it. Stop this nonsense. Put an end to this corruption. American people are dealing with enough corruption right now. We're dealing with a virus, and you're going to put this on top of it? We can't take this nonsense anymore. And I second the first speaker to write up that resolution correctly so it's bulletproof. And we don't want it. And what happened to the petition? And this mayor playing games, oh, we're going to retract it, we're not. All this lying, it's nothing but lying, corrupt, nasty lying, not representing the people, not doing her job, word salad, psycho in the head. Tired of it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Substantial amendment is to make available the seat of the proposed amendment. But basically, I agree with
Check,
what
check, check. Check, check, check. Okay.
Frank said earlier at the work session that Frank was talking
So
about
we're
the
gonna.
fact that this is not based on science. I agree with that. This is hysteria. There might be a really real virus, but it's being hyped and hoaxed beyond belief. I just want to make sure that none of this money is spent for any kind of draconian lockdowns or forced.
Okay, so that's me talking about virus stuff. I'm going to skip past that. And you can find this on the Town of Union website. So I think this kind of really starts with the public hearing. This kind of starts with the public hearing. Let me find the start of the public hearing.
Snowbird, as I've said before, and as
It's going to be received.
John was fabulous here. Oh my God. Christine was great. Thank you.
Well, to kind of talk to you guys.
Okay, that's the Stephen Donnelly stuff. All right, so give me 1 second because I actually have to change my shot here, okay? This is going to take me a little bit to set up. So, where can I find... Wait a minute. That's really hot. I don't want to blast your ears out. Hang on 1 second. I'm sorry about this. I have to turn off my... Stand by. I will edit this out of the... Here it is. There's right. Just stand by 1 second. I have to set my shot up. All right, so... Put this over here, I think. Okay. Now then. Let's need to set my shot up. Okay, I think that's okay. Corner look. There it is. Awesome. All right, this is Town of Union. County Union Board meeting. Town O Union. So, uh-oh. How can I do this? Still setting up for you, friends, so that I can... Both of these windows kind of... hide. Keep an eye on. How's the audio look?
We were denied.
Okay, so I gotta, when I play that, how can I avoid, I can turn it down in the room. Okay, so why can't I? Check, check, check. Oh boy, I have an annoying. Check. Check, check. Okay.
At this point, no one else wishes to speak to this public hearing, so we'll call this public hearing to a close. All right. Okay. Yes. Bids, Mr. Augustine? No bids tonight. Okay, approval of minutes, Mr. Augustine.
Motion to approve the minutes of the regular town union.
Does strongly state opposition to the facility, but it's
That being said, we encourage anyone wishing to speak regarding the town of Union to please come forward.
Check, check.
Clearly state your name and address for the record. Come to that blue box right up there. Stay in the blue box, please.
Me.
Thank you. All right, you're on. Name.
William Huston. I live in the village of Endicott. I want to speak on the two proposed resolutions.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yes. Do you need
I live in the village of Endicott. That's all I'm going to give.
Yeah.
P.O. Box 22.
Okay.
I want two proposed resolutions.
Resolutions that talk about it.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Yes. Do you need
I live in the village of Endicott. That's all I'm going to give.
Yeah.
P.O. Box 22.
Okay.
I want to speak against the, or I want to speak about the two proposed resolutions. I have one of them here. I don't have the other, but I believe that both of them, I would say, are defective. The one resolution that was prepared by the town supervisor does not make a strong statement and talks about very vague things about meeting with some experts or something. It doesn't have a clear ask. The other resolution also, I would say, doesn't have a clear ask. It does strongly state opposition to the facility, but it's defective in that it only talks about PFAS. The appropriate time to talk about PFAS is in the context of an environmental impact statement. The entire seeker process that was given to us by the DEC was improper and violated the law, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, in several key ways. So I want to say that I helped to draft the proposed resolution that was submitted by Councilmember Staley on behalf of concerned citizens of Endicott. And this details in very precise language exactly the many steps. It wasn't just one error, it was many errors that the DEC made in issuing this permit. Error, 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 error. And it has to do with zoning, it has to do with giving us an unlisted seeker action. When we should have had a type 1, we were denied a coordinated review. That's when we involved the school board. That's very similar to the 239 review that's given to the county from a municipal decision. But there's also a coordinated review that's done by the DEC. None of that happened. When village attorney Robert McCurtich asked the DEC about it, the DEC came back and said, oh, that was a typographical error. So there's many, many defects, and I would just ask that you please consider the resolution which focuses on seeker, State Environmental Quality Review Act, about all of the serious deficiencies. And I would ask that you do not approve either of the resolutions tonight until, because I'm hearing there's a couple different versions, there's different things that people want to include. I would ask that you table this discussion tonight until such a time when you get together in a work session or whatever and merge these different resolutions together and come up with a language that covers everybody's problems, but it's something that everybody can agree. And I just want to say, let me just read my ask. The final whereas. Whereas we were denied our right to a comprehensive EIS and other essential things which typically come with it. Typically 4 public hearings, a quantitative risk assessment, an economic study, a road use study, an emergency response plan, health impact analysis, and air testing. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Union hereby oppose all state actions, such as the issuance of any permits by New York State, Broome County, Town of Union, or the Village of Endicott, and still until such a time when the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation complies with all aspects of New York State law. That includes the Environmental Quality Review Act, which is SEEKR, and start over with a type 1. Give us the coordinated review, give us our public hearings, give us an environmental impact.
Wow, that was something, huh? That was an amazing little rant. And that kind of lays out for John Ruspentini, if you're paying attention to that, that explains my position, okay? Basically, no offense to anybody that wrote either of the prior petitions, but I think I clearly stated it. They were weak. The No Burn Broom petition was, that was really the one that was being considered. The one that the supervisor wrote wasn't really being talked about. The No Burn Broom petition was the one that was up. Well, guess what? It had some serious defects. So, first of all, resolutions are non-binding. They have no authority, okay? But it is a statement of fact and a statement of principle. And clearly, Sunjeel was very threatened by this thing, by the response. Boy, Stephen Donnelly went into overdrive. He went into overtime. He went into time and a half, and he does not work cheap. I know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that thinks that basically to take on a gig like this, it's $20,000 or more. So he's getting paid handsomely, and he went into maximum overdrive. He was like blah, 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 all these emails and things, different things. He came to this. We'll play him in a second, but that's my rant. The resolution, and do you want to? Maybe we should read them. Let me see if I can find them. Say hi in the chat and give a thumbs up. Let me check to see. We have how many thumbs up? We got no likes, 0 likes. Come on, people, give one. You can give one like. There's error. Boy, I hope the stream is okay. Hope the stream is okay. That is not getting enough data. I'm getting a green light. I don't know what the problem is. The problem is open widget. No. Where's open the widget? Stream is healthy. 1203. Come on. Poor. I would appreciate it if somebody could signal in the chat. Maybe I can do it this way. I need to check the stream health for the device. So, stand by 1 second. Stand by. Stand by. I'm on main now. Friends, I just need a couple minutes and I'll be right back. 15. Okay. 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 See if we can get some echo going. See if we can get some echo going. How long is the time delay is the question. The time delay is too long. Yep. Okay. I'm just having some fun, friends. So, let's get back to, so what was I doing? I'm going to get you the, let's get the actual resolution. Look at those. Very, very lucky. Oh boy, look at that. Which one is this? One? There were there were really three. There was two that I saw, and then I submitted my own. I gave one to Heather Staley, which she submitted. God bless you, Heather. That's the first time I think I've ever written a resolution before, so I'm really honored that you thought that was a good thing. In fact, Heather said that it was a masterpiece. So, wow, I am so honored. Very, very honored. When this is definitely. Oh, wait a minute. Stand by, friends. I'm going to look for a thumbs up in a minute. Want to see a thumbs up. 1 like. Still seeing 0 likes. Get the likes up. Come on. All right. So I found one of them. Find 2 more. Doing this live. Like I said, if I get time, I will try. Ooh, boy. All right, hang on. I'm still setting up. We're going to take some time and go through these. I think it's simple. Next one. Oh, burn broom. Scottish. Bonus. Let's do this one first. probably. Excellent connection. Yay, the error message went away. Stand by, because I gotta do my framing thing. Ooh. I can see his fan. So this is Stephen Donnelly. So Stephen Donnelly went into overdrive. Went overtime. So, you know, he's making, time ain't cheap. I'm guessing minimum 50 an hour. Minimum making 50 an hour. So, you know, these public relations guys, the good liars, they have to good liars make the big. Make this actually happen. Because zooms. These zooms. Zoom zooms. All right, here we go. So what we're looking at here is the letter by Stephen Donnelly. He's a public relations guy. He used to run the Village of Endicott website. What? He's a PR guy that works for the applicant. He's really cozy with Jason Garner, Donna Lupardo, Empire State Development, Linda Jackson, Chuck Schumer. Saw him with Chuck Schumer. This guy is super connected. Stephen Donnelly. He sent this out to people. I think it was the Town of Union Board sent this to through. Sometimes these emails go through a couple of different bing to bing. They bip and bop around. Somebody sent this to me, and I never reveal my sources, by the way, so you can be secure if you have some high quality shizzle, as I like to say. Send it my way, and I will protect your identity. Good afternoon. I hope all is well with you and your families are safe. Like he really cares that your families are safe. I'm writing as I have heard of a possible resolution being proposed to not support the SunGeo project. While I understand the community has concerns and questions, SunGeo has never shied away from ensuring that the public is informed, knowledgeable, and reassured. The process is indeed safe. Go back to sleep. Okay, baby. Okay, baby. Safe. Funny, Danish Mir can't guarantee the safety of any child. But now we have Stephen Donnelly saying that it is safe. So we're getting kind of a mixed message here. Which is it? The public is informed. Yeah, we don't need you to help inform us. You've got the PR BS line. You've got the industry. We at public relations, we like to give the industry a voice. Yeah, like they don't have a voice. You know, they got all the money in the world. This project is worth billions, friends. Billions of dollars are behind this. That's why we have this huge crime syndicate that's pushing this thing. Yes, we do. We're going to name names. Sunjil has never shied away to help ensure that to secure the peace of mind with you and your residents. Sunjil has agreed to allow a third-party consultant. Nobody asked for a third-party consultant. That doesn't. How is that going to fix anything? And yeah, and I'm sure you've got some way to game that, And the public can assist in the selection process if they would like. This is rather unorthodox, as Sunjil already has a permit. Like beep beep. Like here's my keypad. Beep, beep, meh, meh. Wait a minute. Time out. What did Stephen J. Donnelly say right here? What did he say? Sunjil already has a permit. What kind of a permit are you talking about? They don't have a building permit. List. Where can I find that list? A graphic of that. Stand by 1 second. Happens. I'm a one-man operation here. And play. Still waiting for a up. A like. One like. Come on. One like. One like out. Friends. Leave a comment. You have a question or a concern, or you want to express gratitude. You want to throw shade. You can throw shade, I guess. Appreciate constructive criticism. Say it nicely. Say your criticism. Have one. I really love kudos. I love it when I get kudos. And I got quite a few gave me shout outs at the Town of Union thing, and I'm so upset that there was misunderstanding at the end. Somebody mischaracterized what I was doing, and everybody was going, hang on. Need to get to that. This is going to be a long stream, friends, so you're all going to be along for the ride. Feel free to skip ahead if you get to a slow spot. This is a slow spot. Trouble bring up my... Got... Why is... Oh no! Why is it so slow? Why is my... I hope the stream is not interrupted. I'm sorry for the delay. I think I found where I put it. Sorry, something new and exciting. I'm gonna try to edit this, friends, and make it later republish it. This is for the intrepid people. They're gonna be able to hang out until o'clock or something. We're not gonna wrap up by 1. We're gonna be going probably about 2 a.m. So this is for the people that are really willing out, make bowels tin. Oh. Hmm. Dang, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm very troubled that I can't find this document. I'm not sure if I'm still streaming. Computer's locked up. I'm sorry, friend. Bye. Problem. I'm hearing an audio problem. Check, check. Check, check. Okay, so I'm sorry if the I might have to redo this stream. It looks like I'm having some technical problems. I'm sorry if the audio was choppy. I think that I had a choppy audio issue. I'm not sure how usable this is going to be. We'll see. I'm going to keep going. So we're going to read these resolutions, okay? I think we're done with the Stephen Donnelly letter. Basically he's just like, Endicott listened to the experts, allowing a select small number of residents to possibly block a good company from coming here into town. Yeah, like that's why they're involved in a couple different lawsuits over not paying a vendor. Not only hurt Sunjeel, but also residents in the municipality once all businesses in Endicott are dried up with no industry. He's really cursing the community. Has been blessed by DEC, blah, blah. It's just a bunch of BS. So, let's look at this. Okay, here we go. So, this is the no burn broom resolution. Okay? Everybody's wanting, this is the one they gotta pass. They gotta pass it tonight. Gotta pass it. Everybody's so freaked out. Gotta pass it. Do you want to pass something that's seriously deficient? Is that what you want to do? What's the idea of haste? We all got together. We got to speak to the town of Union. That's a good thing, right? We got on the record. That's a good thing. Do we want to pass a resolution that's defective? That's the question. Just because no burn broom, I don't know who wrote this, but do me a favor. Next time No Burn Broom wants to do anything like this, write an official letter to Cuomo or to the DEC, or you want to do a resolution to the town of Union, run it by me. Please. It'll save a lot of time. Whereas it has been recommended. So here's the purpose of a resolution. Let's talk about a resolution. Let's talk about the form of a resolution and what it is and what kind of powers that it has or doesn't have. I wish I could get into my Gmail. I'm just going to kill this thing and restart. And it's kind of cool that it doesn't really need the browser. I can come back to my live stream and it's still there, which is kind of cool. It's kind of neat. Come back and see if my live stream is going. Still going. Well, we had up to 4 people watching at one time. That's kind of cool. Why is the screen black? Oh, okay. There it is. All right. So I'm still going. Good. 0 likes. Come on. Somebody smash the like button and we'll get through this. Okay. I got a lot of material we're going to go through here. Hit the like button. Come on. Give a thumbs up. Bing. You can do it. All right. Whereas it has been recommended that the town of Union oppose the approval. So anyway, hold on one second, because this is what I wanted to do. Stand by. Let's just go here. I remember where I put it. It was on Facebook. All right, and it was in this. And I'm trying to remember. a keyword. Give me 1 second, friends. I know this has been kind of a choppy stream. Might have had some audio issues. I hope this is going to be useful and usable. And maybe I'll just redo once I kind of get my bloop bloop together. Maybe I'll redo this tomorrow. Let me look for. Okay. Trying to find it. Somebody asked me, what's that guy's name? Ask a question. It was into this one. Man, people are pounding on you know who. Sometimes they're not very nice. I mean, I like to just stick to the facts. I don't like to really go dirty. Where was it? This guy asked me a question. I wrote a reply, and he really liked it. So I just want to try to find it. Maybe I put it on my own timeline. Mickey's been writing. Mickey, I'm glad you're feeling better, Mickey. Was worried about you there for a bit. Mickey is getting to be an elderly guy. And hey, I'd love to get my book back, Mickey. I gave you a book or a loan. I thought it was a loan. My book on I don't remember the title of it now. It was a Buddhist book. It was a very technical book on a certain kind of Buddhist meditation. Mickey Judkovitz. Is it this one? Not Brian. Who was it? Mickey's in almost every thread. How about if I look for oh boy. 15 hours ago, 11 hours ago. Maybe I can find a notification. I'm sorry, friends. This is the way that it goes sometimes with these live streams. I feel, there it is, Gregory Paul. Okay. So, this is what I wanted to say about resolutions. Gregory Paul asked this. He said, how can the town... Should I show you this? Gregory Paul, it was a good question that he asked. Great question. He says, how can the town come on. He says, how can the town dictate what transpires in the village? And I responded, except for certain well-defined circumstances relating to the fact that the village of Endicott exists wholly within the town of Union, they really can't. Resolutions, they really have no legal authority. They are not enforceable. That resolutions are not laws. They create no new duties or rights. Now, what are resolutions? Resolutions are more of a statement of principle, okay? What we're talking about here is we're talking about why I opposed the passage of this no burn broom resolution, okay? We got to talk about what is a resolution, okay? What is a resolution? It's a statement of principle, or it might even be a statement of fact. I don't know why. It could be a statement of fact. It's a fact, a principle. It's a statement of an intention. That's what resolutions are, okay? So if you're going to write a resolution about the incinerator and why you oppose it, you got to state the opposition. You got to state what the problem is correctly. And you also have to be working for an ask that is... So there's a couple of different goals for the ask. One, an ask should be powerful, punchy. Ask for something, when people read the ask, they should be stunned a little bit. If you're going to do a resolution, here's another thing. In the town of Union, and I even said it here, if you can get a majority of the town council members to all agree on something, that potentially could represent up to 50,000 people. There's 50,000 people in the town of Union. There's 5 people on the village board, 4 council people, and then 1 supervisor. I think it's supervisor, right? They don't have a mayor. I think it's a supervisor. So if you can get a majority of these people to all agree to something, that's a big deal. It potentially represents a lot of people. And when there's elections coming due, just everybody pays attention to these resolutions, even though they're non-binding. It's kind of weird. They have no legal authority, but everybody pays attention to them. Like Stephen Donnelly went into high gear. Wah! Sanjil took this very seriously, and Chris Pelto showed up. I even said this. Look at the response. I like to say Chris Pelto shows up and does his invisibility trick. Chris Pelto is he's the most non-present person. He's there. He's sitting in the chair, but he's just his energy is so low. He's not looking up. He's not engaging with anybody. He's just kind of always looking. He's holding his phone or he's writing a note, and he's very just immaculate, just the way he looks and dresses, and he's very, calm and very, just kind of a suave guy, just well manicured and everything. Got a nice watch and all that, nice shoes. He's dressed well, kind of, corporate casual. But I like to call it his invisibility trick because you barely notice that he's there. But I don't know, he's just taking it all in. I don't know how his brain works. He rarely, he might have spoken at the DEC hearing. I think he did speak at the DEC hearing for the stink trucks. That was a different thing. So that's that. So I don't know why I spent so much time looking for that, but I just felt like I wanted to tell you about, because I kind of thought this all through before about resolutions, what resolutions are. So you see what I'm saying, right? With regards to the incinerator, we better do a resolution that correctly states what the real problem is, which is we got an illegal DEC process. It's really not scientifically fair or accurate to just decide ahead of time that you're against the thing. Ted Warner said that to me, and I was like, wow, that kind of makes sense. That's really right. If you're going to be an honest citizen or a scientist. And it's like what I was saying before about what Terry Farrell had said about the fact that she opposes new, I forget how she said it. My way of saying it is she doesn't want an additional toxic load. She doesn't want the people in this area to suffer an additional toxic load because we've already been contaminated over a long time. And Terry is personally affected, and it was personally affected by this thing in a very major way. She got sick working over there. So she's got a lot of cred in what she has to say. Not only did she heal herself using alternative medicines, but also... and she got educated, too. She learned about environmental review. People call her the Erin Brockovich. I hope she is the next Erin Brockovich. Terry's fabulous, great human being, one of the best humans I've ever met in my life. So, but the point is, when you're doing these whereases, you got to cover everything. It's a rare opportunity. You don't want to pass something that's just half-assed and not well-formed. So let's read this thing, okay? Whereas it has been recommended that the town board encourage the village of Endicott into consideration that the No Burn Broom group research, here they are. Here's No Burn Broom. They're always doing this. They're always patting themselves on the back about their pedigrees and all these different things. But anyway, No Burn Broom doesn't, they're not experts in everything, and No Burn Broom doesn't have the friggin' common sense to actually talk to the experts. Like, there's certain parts of this that I'm an expert on, like the legal review. It has been recommended that the town board take into consideration the No Burn Broom group research and their suggested health warnings, including the science-based information regarding chemicals that do or may result from the two-stage burning process. What about we talk about a run-on sentence? If I was this person's like third grade like English teacher, I'd be writing some markup on this. What is this trying to say? What's the whereas? If we had to summarize this in a word or two, what would it be? It is recommended that the town board encourage the village of Endicott into considering the No Burn Broom group research and their suggested health warnings, including the science-based information regarding chemicals that do or may... What? It should be bam, 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 bam. All your whereases in a resolution better land. And better land hard. It's bam! It's like bammo. When you read it, you ought to go, wow! Bam! Every whereas should be a bam. This isn't a bam. I don't know what the hell they're trying to say. This is somebody who likes to... I gotta be careful, okay? I don't want to be super nasty to No Burn Broom because I do appreciate a lot of the work that they've done. I really do. And I appreciate all of the people that sort of think that they're in No Burn Broom because they're just... That's the group that gets the headlines. There's other groups like Concerned Citizens of Endicott and like the Mamas. What's the name of the Mamas Against Sanjeel Endicott, MASE, and there's also Aware. Lots of groups. You don't have to just join No Burn Broom. Look what No Burn Broom is doing here, okay? PFAS. And PFAS concerns, including regulating PFAS. They need an editor. Somebody needs an editor. Nanoparticles, polyfluorinated. They're going to solve this with permit conditions, okay? They're going to solve this. This? How do I? They're going to solve this with permit conditions. This kind of talk right now, PFAS this and PFAS that, if you're not asking for an environmental impact statement and a Type 1 seeker review, which is required by law, What's hard about that? Law, you know, like when you break the law, when you and I break the law, we talk to the police, we get a ticket or we get an indictment and we got to go to court and do all this stuff. What happens when the DEC violates the law? That's what happened here. Where's No Burn Broom talking about that? But PFAS, well, we got concerns about the PFAS, So DEC says, oh, Sunjil's gonna destroy the PFAS by cranking up the temperature of the afterburner from 800 degrees C. It's a big knob, and they're like, Danish Mir, it's a big lever. Danish Mir's got us like, turn it up. I imagine Danish Mir with this big flamethrower, like something out of Ghostbusters, and he's like destroying. He's in the afterburner, and he's destroying the PFAS. He's like, it's not destroyed with heat. Ever hear the conservation of matter? You can't destroy matter. You can transform it from one thing into something else. And guess what? The PFASs and the dioxins, they all can reform as the gas cools. And I've talked about the catalysts before, how the catalysts are involved, potentially. So this is the No Burn Broom resolution. If you're just tuning in, people wondered why. Bill, why did you, John Ruspentini, it's the Bill Huston agenda. I'm going to figure out a way how to use, it would be great to use his quote to like introduce the show. Like, I don't know how to do it. We're going to get to it at some point tonight. The Bill Huston agenda. I love that. So we're going through what the defects are. We're going to read this one. I got it. So let's try to get through it. I'm going to try to consciously pick up the pace here, okay? Whereas it has been recommended that the Village of Endicott take action to have the NYSDEC rescind the air discharge permit granted for the proposed facility. It has been recommended that they rescind the permit? Really? The permit's already rescinded, isn't it? Because of the PFAS issue. What are you asking for here? This is defective. This thing should be torn up. I mean, it's a good start. There's maybe some good stuff in here, but it leaves a lot to be desired. Whereas it has been recommended to the town board to encourage. It's been recommended to encourage. Maybe we can pat them on their little backsides. Pat. Well, good boy. We can encourage. Once again, wait till you see mine. Wait till you see mine. Every one of mine's like bam, bam, bam. I know how to write a resolution. This is like I wish I could not be politically correct, because I would say something about what this sounds like. This sounds like somebody that needs to take it's got some kind of a ED issues. Let's say that. ED, you take if you got an ED problem, you go to your doc, and your doc gives you some little pills for your ED problem. It sounds like it's pretty wimpy, is what this is, and it's incomplete. Whereas it has been recommended that the town board encourage the Village of Endicott to take into consideration, wow, listen to how powerful this is, the language, the request by the group known as No Burn Broom. Here's another one. It's just like, is this a No Burn Broom? Are they writing for a grant or something? And they want to it's like a press release. No burn broom, no burn broom. We got to say PFAS, and we got to say nope. It's like obligatory. There's some number of obligatory no burn brooms and PFAS that you have to put into every single. To object, challenge, and not approve the proposed facility for recycling for lithium-ion batteries, which may release harmful. See, you're saying it might release harmful. Anybody that's against this thing, first of all, the composition of the Town of Union Board, do we know where the people stand? So there's the There's Heather Staley. I think she's against it. I'm reading Frank Bertoni as an against, but I'm not sure. I'm reading the woman teacher. I should know her name. The woman teacher, retired teacher. She seems pretty for it. I think Rick Matarese is for it. And I think, what's his first name? Tom Augustini? I kind of read him as a swing vote, so I'm not sure. I think No Burn Broom was acting like that they thought they had enough votes, but I'm very happy the town of Union didn't approve this, because No Burn Broom, you're trying to pat yourselves on the back for this incomplete thing here, which really doesn't state the problem. It doesn't state the problem. And it also doesn't have a let it be resolved, therefore be it resolved that moves us in the direction of solving the problem. Okay, lithium ion, let's try to get through this. It has been recommended. Why do we have to keep saying it's been recommended that the town board and village take into consideration? We recommended that they, it's like, yeah, what is it?
Yeah, we wanted to recommend that you take into this consideration that you maybe kind of think about. Just think about it.
There's no bang. There's no punch. There's no pizzazz. I imagine somebody reading a resolution on a piece of parchment that you unroll from a scroll, and there's trumpeters that come in, and you walk in, and you're all dressed up, and hear ye, listen to me now. I have this writ from the people. Whereas it has been recommended as a No Burn Broom, like product placement. The proposed facility is currently operating in South Korea, and didn't even spell Korea right. Located in a large industrial, blah blah, and probably next to children enjoy. Each one should be a single thing, very clear. Bam, 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 bam. What do you see mine? Okay, athletic fields. Yes, we know about the kids, the children. We all are concerned about the children, whereas it's been recommended that they take into consideration. Ooh, man, it's punchy.
Hello, we forgot some things. We want you to take some additional things into consideration.
A report seeming review the NYSDEC report, which seemingly found, wow, that the limited air emission data by the applicant was acceptable, but should have been. What? Somebody fails creative writing class. Somebody gets a D minus. Okay, it's not. You don't get an F, but you tried. You submitted something. Let's call this a C. It's a C minus. Therefore, here we go. Here's the big bang. Okay, here's the big bang at the end. Therefore, therefore it is resolved that the Town of Union Board hereby does not support the proposed lithium-ion recycling facility and hereby approves of the copy of this resolution. That's your big bang, is that Town of Union Board does not support the facility. Here's the problem with a statement like that, okay? It's not science-based. You can't just say we're against it. You have to say because of, I guess you have with the whereases. But in my opinion, you should put, it should be in the resolved. It's like how the problem can be solved. You didn't do that. You just said, we don't like you. Get the hell out. Which is really what I feel too. I really do. But if we're going to be honest scientists, if this thing produces zero emissions, there shouldn't be, if it is silent and you don't even know it's there and it produces these jobs and there's lots of cash coming into downtown. I mean, it could be a cash cow for Endicott. Everything is so ideal. Could be. Might be. Let's say that it is. Okay? You shouldn't have any. A good, honest scientist should not object to a facility that has zero, that honestly has zero impacts. So if you make an anti-resolution, the people that are definitely for jobs, for example, they want to bring jobs to this area. There's at least 2 people on the board that have mentioned this. They think it's good for jobs. They're going to vote no on this resolution. They even told you they're going to vote no. Are you that confident in your swing vote? Maybe you are. Doesn't it make more sense to craft? Think about this, okay? Let's just pose the problem. Is it possible to create a killer resolution that even the pro-incinerator people are going to sign on to? What? What are you saying, Bill? What kind of preposterous language? What kind of... You must be proposing something if what you're saying doesn't take a stand, a strong stand against the incinerator. What good is it? What good is your resolution, Houston? What's your agenda? What's the Houston agenda? Bum, 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 bum. It's the Bill. Welcome to the Bill Houston agenda. A show about politics. I'm suggesting that there is such a resolution, friends. I'm suggesting that there is such a and I'm suggesting that it might be mine, maybe. Okay, there's some language in there about corrupt politicians and public relations people that somebody might have some objections to. Okay, that's some extra added color. You can snip out the color. Let's keep the guts of mine. And the guts of mine basically says, I'm going to just cut to the chase here. The guts of mine is basically, we need a legal seeker action. And somebody even asked me, I think it was Marianne asked me, Marianne Dorner, she said, Bill, if you're for, she said, you're not asking to stop the facility. You're asking that we improve the legal process. It sounds like you could be you could be for the facility. In the honest truth, we all have to, if we're all honest, we all have to be open-minded to allowing this facility if there was zero emissions, okay? We all have to agree to that, okay? But everybody, even people that are for, it's like if you're for I've asked this to my friend Valdi, my good friend Valdi, who's for this facility or has been. People, I mean, this is just the truth. He's a big, he's on the executive committee of the local Sierra Club. Lots of people were directed to call Valdi. They called the DEC. DEC recommended them to their different people, I think. I'm not sure how it happened, but lots of people were being directed to Valdi, and Valdi was basically saying, well, I'm basically for this thing. We need to recycle batteries. So I asked this to Valdi, my good friend Valdi. Okay, fine. I asked this also to Gay Cano. Both Democrats. Is this thing political somehow? Because they're both smart people. Gay Cano's a PhD. I know Gay. She goes to my church, or the church I used to go to. I've shot at least one, I think 2 different videos featuring Gay Cano. I respect her work. She has a solar business. She's amazing. She's not just a solar installer. I mean, she really understands the big picture about solar. It's about solar batteries, about solar stuff. Gay Cano's for this thing. She's for the incinerator. I can't figure it out. I asked both. Here's a question for Gay Cano and Valdi Wiederpass, okay? Both of you, very smart people. I know that you have good hearts. You're on the right side of things. If you're so pro-incinerator, should the DEC be allowed to cheat? What's the idea behind that? Shouldn't we just go through the normal seeker process? And here's the thing. If we go through the seeker process, and if it works, you're going to get one of two possibilities at the end, okay? You're either going to get a truly green incinerator. You're going to get a truly green process. In fact, one of the points of a seeker review is to recommend... Hold on. Uh-oh, hold on. I gotta find this one, Tony Ingraffia. This is one of the most simplest explanations. This is from a video that I worked on. It was produced by Chris McConkey, but I was on. I had a second camera, helped him with the setup, like I did a lot of times. This is Tony Ingraffia. Tony Ingraffia was one of the Dr. Tony Ingraffia. He was one of our biggest allies in the anti-fracking fight. Technical allies, scientist. He helped develop the process, okay? And he explains what an EIS, this is what we're trying to get to, friends. We're trying to get to an EIS. So you can identify potential impacts. This is the purpose, is to identify potential impacts, including, what's this say off on the side here? Propose project alternatives. So we might not get at the end of the normal seeker process, we might not get an incinerator. We might get something different because they have to, the project sponsor or whoever the lead agency, whoever's doing the seeker review, part of the purpose is to propose project alternatives, including the no action alternative. Let's don't do anything. Okay? You got to consider all that. So you identify the potential impacts. That happens during scoping. You've heard me talking about scoping before. That's where we identify all the different potential impacts. That's scoping. We assess the identified impacts, and then this is what we do. We either propose mitigations of the identified impacts, some air control device, air pollution control device, or we propose prohibitions of the identified impacts. This is one of the most clear statements of what an environmental impact statement. So I'm really grateful to Tony Ingraffia for that. For this, I just added the one thing about proposed project alternatives because that's also an important part of the seeker review. So we're trying to get there. We're trying to get to the seeker review. This thing isn't getting us to a seeker review. Resolve that this resolution take effect immediately. This is just saying we don't like you. We don't like the incinerator. So you're going to get a split on the Town of Union board, and there's one swing vote, but it could go either way, okay? If you're just going to do an anti thing, a much more powerful thing to do, in my humble opinion, and something we ought to be able to get 100% of the Town of Union. It should be an easy answer for 100% of the Town of Union board to agree that the DEC should follow the law. Donna Lupardo should agree that the DEC should follow the law. We got a fresh Donna Lupardo letter we're going to read at some point during this thing. We're going to do a marathon tonight, possibly, friends. So, Donna Lupardo's not talking about a Type 1 seeker review. She's not even talking about an incinerator. We got her to say the word, what did she say? A heating process. Not a smelter, not a high temperature rotary kiln, not a 2-stage incinerator, nothing like that. Nothing about roasting, burning and roasting. Those are the words that SunGeo uses in their own documents, in their own presentation. Burning and roasting. That's what they're doing. And incineration. Burning, roasting, incineration. Come on, Donna. You can say it. Say it with me. Burning, roasting, incineration. Burning, roasting, incineration. That's what they're going to be doing. And did you lie? Did you know? You should have known. You're the friggin' state assemblywoman that's been over this district for how long you been here? It's got to be 15, 20 years. I didn't know. I'm not prepared to comment on that right now. Why not? What the hell are you doing? Running unopposed. We need a resolution with some punch. This ain't it. The ask was bad. The statement of the problem is completely incomplete. Let's look at the next one, okay? Well, I'm going to look at the next one. Let me check the chat really quick. So, am I done with... I'm done with this one. I'm going to bring this one back over here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm checking to see if anybody is all... Why am I not... I don't understand what I'm looking at here. Stream settings, analytics, stream health. How do I see... I lost the chat window somehow. Okay, well, here, maybe we... Nope, not send feedback. Go away. Just gonna reload this page. Stream is healthy, yay! Did I get 1 like? Been asking for likes. Don't make me beg. You don't want to see me beg. Don't make me beg for likes. 0 likes. Come on, people. I see there's at least 1, maybe 2 people on. Smash the like button. You don't get this content anywhere else. Okay. Now, where am I? I'm not supposed to be doing that. Where was I? I'm looking for the next resolution. The one that was written by, I think it was written by Rick Matarese, or maybe it was written for Rick Matarese. I'm not sure that he is the one that actually wrote it or not. I thought that I heard that from somebody. That's the Stephen Donnelly. Go away. Oh, let me show you this. This is a good one. This is a nice little break, just a little break from the monotony. Because we got a lot to go over here, friends. A lot to go over. A lot to go over. All right, so this is, I'm not friends with this guy. This is his public profile. Okay? See that? What's this say? Looking for someone that either knows pools. This is Stephen Donnelly. Looking for somebody that either knows pools or electric that can come over to my home in Vestal today to fix my pump. There is no power going to the pump, but there is to the heater, but there is no water flow. Thanks. Wait a minute. Did you see what I saw? Let's read it again. Stephen Donnelly. This is his public profile. He's looking for recommendations. He's looking for someone that either knows pools or electric that can come over to my home in Vestal today and fix my pump. What? Stephen Donnelly is talking about my home in Vestal? Really? What's interesting about that? Well, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. because let me leave a little marker here where I can find how to get back. That's the first one. All right, I'm going to be able to remember that. This, I believe, is Stephen Donnelly's ex, because she started acting out whenever he got up there. I'm going to play all these. I am going to play all these. I just want to play this one section real quick, okay?
But please don't direct any comments to members of the audience. Okay? And speak to the board. Certain decorum that we try to follow.
Sorry, you could have interrupted me and told me.
Anyone else here? Okay, all right. Please, Stephen Donnelly, 1170 Sapphire Drive. It's his turn to talk. Up there, so. Okay, all right. Please, Stephen Donnelly, 1170 Sapphire Drive. Endicott. So I'm just here to obviously
I'm
speak.
sorry. Is that your correct address of today? Because I think you moved 2 days ago.
It is my
Is that your correct address of today? Because I think you moved 2 days ago.
It is my picture, yes. This isn't your turn.
But I think you moved 2 days ago. I think you have a new address now,
I
correct?
have 2 addresses.
So 2 addresses. May I have your second one? Because your first address is you're leaving in 2 days. You're leaving in 2 days. What's your second address?
Excuse me.
It's a second
Not-
address.
You can come and ask that question later. He's not gonna be able to answer it later. If you want to answer that.
I'd like to go
Ken,
to-
but- It's his turn to talk. We need to interrupt you.
Okay, sorry. So obviously I'm here on behalf of Sunil. Not here to meet with the residents. You know, obviously I'm a resident as well. I have 2 kids that go to the Endicott schools.
An economic study, a road use study, an emergency response plan, health impact analysis.
And this details in very precise language exactly give us our public hearings.
Anyone else who is here? Yes, ma'am.
Check, check, check. Oh, what I don't know how long that's been down for, but all right. So here we go. We're gonna play the next segment right here.
Are we allowed to speak together or? Sorry.
It's up to you.
Oh.
You both have to give us your name.
No problem. I'll go first and kind of follow after. So she'll go 3 and then I'll do 3 after. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Amanda Smith.
Say it again?
Amanda Smith.
Address?
Can I give that to you privately afterwards? I don't feel like I want to announce it to Zoom. Just-
Can we do that?
I do live in Endicott.
Yeah, but yes, as long as, give it to us later.
Thank you. I want to talk today about the incinerator, about the resolution. I don't have the money, the power, or the connections that some of these people have in here. But what I'm going to tell you is I am a parent, as many of you are. I am a mom, and I speak for the moms in our community. I speak for the children in our community. I speak for my Daisy Girl Scouts, and I speak for my 3 children who are 3, 5, and 7. This facility is unwanted in our community. It is 100 feet from my backyard. If my children are playing on their swing set and this building explodes, what will happen to them? The swing set's 100 feet away. I asked the fire chief this same question. He could not give me answers. If the fire chief of Endicott doesn't know the answers to these questions, how can any of us be comfortable with this company coming here? No one else has been able to answer this question. Can this building explode? What happens to 1,000 lithium-ion batteries if one catches on fire? No one can answer these questions for me. The toxins that are going to go into the air are going to fall to my grass, where my dogs play, where my children play. They're going to fall onto our swing set and into our pool and into everywhere. It's feet away from the baseball fields where children play, from the Z pool, from the carousel. They're going to fall onto all of these things, onto our park benches. This will be our legacy. And I am not okay with my children being poisoned from this company that will bring literally 0 benefit to Endicott. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Jaisha Donnelly, 12.
Wow, I just want to say that Amanda kills it. She's a powerful speaker. She speaks from the heart, and she always does a really good job.
Jaisha Donnelly, 1230 Foxborough Lane, Endicott, New York.
First name again?
Jaisha, Jacia. Donnelly, D-O.
So notice what her last name is. It's something like Jaisha Donnelly? Donnelly, huh? That's interesting. Same last name as Stephen Donnelly. She's the one that was raising hell saying that he was moving out in 2 days.
So I'm a resident, a mom, and I own a couple businesses out of my home in Endicott, New York. I'm a health science degree major from Portland. I'm not saying that we don't need the business. I'm not saying that it's not gonna bring jobs. I'm not saying that they're gonna do the best they can and that OSHA is gonna be involved and, you know, we're not putting everyone at risk. But at the same time, you know, as a lifeguard, as a mom, and as a teacher, it's all about prevention and common sense. So you kind of learn from the past and go with the future. It just shouldn't be within the community boundaries. You know, there's a community, we can commute. There's tons of land, but using this building within these grounds for our community, I say no. Accidents happen daily. Plastic bags were cool, and now they're not. There's asbestos in the schools, and we're getting it out. I think we literally just cleaned out.
I wonder if they got a divorce over this issue. Wouldn't that be interesting?
Out those buildings if they even got clean. I'm not sure. So the thing is like, okay, yeah, there's a need for this. I get that, but not in that position. Let's just be like, I feel like to me it's common sense and just being smart. Like, oh, this is toxins maybe, you know, but there's X's on them and circles on them, and you put your signs on. It's hazard material. Hazard material doesn't belong next to the baseball field. Hazard material, we do need to deal with. We can't not deal with it. We can't ignore it. We can't push it away. But let's put it where it's not going to be right behind and right next to the children that play. And like, I feel like we deserve more respect than that. I mean, I get the jobs. I get it, you know, and I get the need. Like I said, we have to do something with this material. I actually, you know, good for you, because I don't even know what to do with the batteries in my house right now. I have them in a closet. I'm like, who do I bring them to? You know, like, this is toxic, this is hazard material. We do have to deal with this. I just don't think we need to deal with it in someone's backyard. You know, yeah, you guys can save money in that building, but build a different facility in a different area that has a little more extension around it, that, gosh forbid, when those accidents happen, or gosh forbid when we change OSHA regulations, or gosh forbid when something does happen, it's not in someone's backyard. You know, it's over there. I think it just makes sense.
Thank you. And Lowe's or Home Depot?
For your battery.
You can get rid of
Do? Like, I don't even know. Truth
Yes.
real?
Yes.
They take them?
Yes.
Thank
Can I
you.
add one thing? I'm sorry. I forgot the point of my speaking. We are not being heard. The residents are not being heard. Our concerns are not being heard. And we need you guys to advocate for us. We need you guys to speak for us and to protect our families and our children. Those toxins are not going to stay in my neighborhood. They are going to go all over our county. And we need you guys to help us. And that's what we need, because no one else wants to stand up to these people. It's the residents versus this company and these major players. But we need people to help us. We need someone to help our children, and I need someone to help my children.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Nice job, ladies. Wow. Super fabulous.
Anyone else here?
Hi, Everett.
I apologize, I forgot to acknowledge Mayor Jackson is here from the Village of Endicott.
Thank you. Linda Jackson, 209 East Franklin Street in Endicott. Actually, I only came here today because I wanted to talk to you about the new glass deposit law. I didn't realize we were talking about Sun Jail, so I thought I'd get up and explain a couple things. Number one, I have investigated this company, but you know, I haven't been putting much out there because all I'm trying to do is get a recycling bill in the Village of Endicott, and I wanted to talk to you later after the meeting about.
Wait a minute. We got to hear that again. What'd she say?
I thought I'd get up and explain a couple things. Number one, I have investigated this company, but you know, I haven't been putting much out there because all I'm trying to do is get a recycling bill in the Village of Endicott.
A recycling bill? Did she say a recycling bill? We're trying to get a recycling bill? I don't know what she said there anyway. She's trying to get recycling built, maybe. A building?
And I wanted to talk to you later after the meeting about this because we're talking about some glass recycling I want to discuss with you. I think you guys are going to want to go in with this on, take advantage of it too, because our recycling costs are sky high. The glass is very heavy. It's in our garbage. It's not just in our recycling, so we can save on a lot. But as far as Sunjeel is concerned, I've talked to the real experts, the ones who are actually doing the work in
The real experts. She talked to the real experts. She's been very insulting, I would say, of Dr. Paul Connett. She's been insulting of me, too. And she says something at the end. She looks right at the camera, says something to me. We'll see it in a minute here.
in the business, like Whittingham, Upreti, Dr. Knopf, the one, Dr. Gay Knopf from the solar company.
So, Dr. Upreti, Dr. Kana, Gay Kana, sounds like she's into this. That's what I'm thinking. It just seems to me like this is all the Democrats are lining up. Not all of them. We're going to hear a Democrat coming right up pretty soon that kind of read them the riot act. But, it just seems like that this is a political thing for a lot of people that I would expect to be more concerned about the stewardship of our community and about preventing pollution from coming here. I can't imagine why Gay Cano and Valdy Wiederpass are for this thing. I think Valdy might be starting to change, though. We'll see.
Company, Dr. Matt Wahila, as a matter of fact. They've given me a lot of information.
Yeah, but the point is, here's the thing. I'm sorry if the audio was a little loopy because I didn't turn my mic down, but here's the thing about that. It's the constant conflation. All these doctors that Celeste Upreti and Stan Whittingham and Gay Cano, they have nothing to do with incinerators. That's not their subject matter. It's not their area of expertise. So I don't know why this is just part of that normal gaslighting thing that comes from some public relations guy, probably Stephen Donnelly, where this is a technique they use. I've laid this all out for you. They conflate it with Stan Whittingham, conflate it with who is won a Nobel Prize in chemistry for inventing the lithium-ion batteries. How does he know about recycling or about the chemistry of incineration? Do we know? Is that his expertise? Imperium 3, Stan Whittingham. Now it's Gay Cano. Who's this other guy? They got nothing to do with incinerators. They're not incinerator experts. You know who is an incinerator expert? Paul Connett.
And I feel it is safe, but what I really want to tell you about is our fire department. Our fireman did answer those questions. He does know what will happen. He did say that what was in there before was so bad that they had it got real hot to where it was going to be a fire, but they had it out before it even went to the fire department. You know how the bells ring into the fire department?
I don't know what the hell she's talking about there. If anybody knows, leave a comment.
Fire department. And he said that when the insurance company came over to look at it, they said that there really wasn't even a fire. Now that was an antiquated system, because what was it, 20 years ago? The new one will be much better.
She's talking about something that happened 20 years ago? I don't know what she's talking about.
Better. That building will definitely not explode, and he said that he is willing to bet on. He's willing to put his name on that, and he said he would swear to that. So, and he did that in public. So I feel very confident in that, and I'm sorry I haven't gotten out better information, but Rick, we've had so much to do in the village. that I've got a bigger water problem than anything else. It's been a water problem for many, many years. We're finally getting to the point where we can.
By the way, we got a breaking story about this water problem, okay? And I've talked about it maybe a little bit before, but here's what it looks like. It looks like that I should do some FOIL requests before I really break this story. Maybe I'm not ready to talk about it just yet. I need to get some more information, but it looks like some public money might have been misdirected to support Sunjeel, believe it or not. That's what it looks like to me.
Fix it. I had Randizzi's office call me again today. Yes, I'm a Republican and I'm dealing with all the Democrats. They're helping me. I appreciate it. So Randizzi's trying to help us with our water infrastructure. And even Schumer's trying to help me with the water infrastructure. I'm glad you guys are all sitting down. But I haven't had a chance to get out and really correct all these facts, but I have not seen anything in...
Correct all the facts. Why would you want to correct a fact? If it's a fact, don't correct it. It sounds like it's right. Facts are correct by definition.
Writing that has proved that this place is that dangerous. All I have seen things in writing is that it's not dangerous.
What a bunch of crap.
And I'm sorry if they don't think I'm listening to you guys. I went to the state office building in February on the 28th, and I went in there screaming that my people weren't being heard. I hadn't heard from the company. They were ignoring me.
Wait. We got to listen to that again. She's talking about the February meeting where she says our people have not been heard. Let's go back. This is critical.
That it's not dangerous. And I'm sorry if they don't think I'm listening to you guys. I went to the state office building in February.
She went to Donna Lupardo's office
On the 28th. And I went in there screaming that my people weren't being heard. I hadn't heard from the company.
My people are not being heard. Well, maybe she did say that because at that time, I believe she was still against the incinerator. So she might have actually said something like that. That might be true.
They were ignoring me, that I didn't know anything about it. They said, well, it's really not your place. And I said, but it's coming to my town, I want to know. So it's not like I didn't go look, and it's not like I didn't check into it. But it is what it is.
But that meeting, they put the heavy hand on her. There was 2 meetings where 4 ESD people showed up. Akshar's office, all these different powerful people. DEC showed up. Anyway, I've talked about those 2 meetings before. After those two meetings, Linda Jackson and Cheryl Chapman, who had been against the facility, they went whoop. They did a U-turn.
And I'm going to work on the water. I'm going to work on the garbage. I'm going to work on the things I can take care of. So thank you so much, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
I'm going to work on the garbage. I'm going to work on the things I can take care of. So thank you so much, Bill.
Well, that symbol, among the Italians, this is a lot of Italians live in Endicott. And among the Italians, that has a certain meaning to it. So she's saying thank you. I don't know why is she thanking me here? Thanking me for what? I mean, I believe that I've been really pretty courteous to her. I've just spoken the truth. Some of these people are doing some really, I would say, kind of disgusting and mean things and getting into the realm of, making fun of how she looks or how she's dressed or, putting pictures of her in a trash can. That's not good. I don't like any of that stuff because I don't think it's helpful. It's not real. I want to talk about what she's really done, and I want to just talk about it truthfully. And maybe I've gone over the line a couple of times, and a couple things that I've said. I push the limit, but I've never drawn a picture of her in a garbage can before. That's hatred. I don't practice hatred. I want to protect clean air and clean water. So if Linda Jackson wants to help me protect clean air and clean water, and when the first meetings that I had with her, I thought that she was really going to be very helpful. Her and Cheryl Chapman also. They were both talking like, when I met them face to face, like they had very serious concerns. They were going to get questions answered. I was feeling really good because it felt really different from the prior administration.
Bill, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
I like it when people thank me.
Hi, my name is Diane Hunter. I reside at 519 East Main Street, Endicott. Sometimes you get up and you say, gosh, I wish I didn't follow that person because they were so brilliant. But today, that's completely the opposite. I'm really glad that I came after that because we could not be, as residents of Endicott, more disappointed in our newly elected officials, including our mayor. So that being said, how dare our mayor stand up here in front of all of you and tell my person, my fellow mom in Endicott, her resident, when she was not at a meeting, when she was not present, how dare she stand here and call her a liar, okay? I know Lieutenant Griswold. I've talked to Lieutenant Griswold. He's always very brief in his answers. Actually, the fire marshal, Brian, is better. But you don't know what happened in that meeting, ma'am, and you shouldn't call her a liar. So that, first of all, one. Two, I stand up here, a member of No Burn Broom, Mamas Against Sunjeel, and now a direct action nonviolent committee, I should say, called AWARE. And we are advocating for clean air and water for the village of Endicott, for the residents of Endicott. For those of you that don't know what nonviolent direct action is, I'll tell you what that includes, because you all should know, including you, Chris, including you, Stephen. It includes boycotts. It includes negotiations. It includes using your bodies to block a building if necessary. And guess what? You have 3 groups of people that are willing to do that, lay down their lives, risk their lives to do that at this point. We have actually visited the building. The building has a sign on it. It says, "We welcome you at our front door." So a group of us went there. Hey, you welcome us, we're gonna come here and ask some questions. We're residents of this town and we deserve answers, okay? So we went there. What happened? The first thing, we had a big old fire truck come and blast in our ears.
When I get the edit of this done, I'm going to drop in video of when that happened. It was pretty amazing. She's telling, Diane's really crushing it here. She did a really good description. What's wrong with my hair? She did a really good description of nonviolent direct action. That was super fabulous. Great job, Diane.
A security officer telling us we weren't welcome at the building. We weren't even allowed to come up to the front door. That's what we were told. So I'm here today because, one, no, our village officials haven't listened to us. I would even stand in front of all of you and say, hey, I'd be the first one to jump on and say, hey, Town of Union, you're doing such a great job here. Why don't you absorb village? Because if we can't get these people out of office, I want you helping us. I say the same thing Amanda does, because these people are manipulators. I campaigned with one of them last year. I ran for village trustee last year. I knew this one, and I knew Cheryl Chapman, and I knew Eileen. I didn't like any of them, honestly. I'd say it to their face that they were here today, because I knew a lot of them had lied about things. And what our point is this building, you don't need to be a brain scientist. You don't have to be a science specialist on the board to say that this place will pollute Endicott, okay? It will. It's already affected realtors. Everybody I talked to is already upset about this, except for Sanjil, or except for Stephen Donnelly. Stephen Donnelly and Associates is lining their pockets at our expense right now, trying to talk a company into coming here, okay, that wants to come here. When I say that, they're trying to talk us into accepting this company. We will not accept this company. I personally, being unaware, I'll tell you right now, we do not want any company here that risks pollution. I myself have already spent thousands of dollars on clean water for my home because I have a family member that has autoimmune disorder in remission. I will not jeopardize my family's health because this man over here or this woman is getting told that this company is environmentally sound. This company is not environmentally sound. Their plant in South Korea is in the middle of nowhere. Like Arizona desert would be great. Why don't you put the incinerator out there instead of near her kids or near my kids? My daughter goes to school blocks from where the incinerator will be, okay? This is not okay. Anti-business. No, it's not anti-business. It's not anti-business to say that we, the residents of Endicott, want safe businesses here with no risks. When I say that, no great environmental risk. An incinerator is a great environmental risk. For those of you that say it's not an incinerator, you two over there, it is an incinerator. The DEC has said it, Sanjil has said it themselves, and so has the EPA. Former EPA employees have said the same thing. So I don't know what science you guys are reading that are in support of.
Damn.
It that think that we want it here, we don't. So shame on the Democrats and Republicans that may have come here. It's not a political issue, but when you look at the Empire State Development Department, Como, Garner, Lopardo, anybody that's supporting it coming down really strongly right now, as far as I see, it's a Democrat. And honestly, I'm a Democrat. So I've never been more disappointed in my elected officials than I am right now. We do not want this here. We are not going to accept it here. And we are willing to do anything to stop it. Anything.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment? I know this is an emotional issue.
Great job, Diane. That was super fabulous. Wow. And look at these two. Okay, we're going to hear the council member in a second.
And people have a lot to say, but please don't direct any of your comments to members of the audience, okay? Try to speak just to the board. We have a certain decorum that we try to follow.
Sorry, you could have interrupted me and told me that.
Anyone else here?
Okay, I think we played a portion of this speech before. I'm going to let it roll this time. We're going to watch the whole Stephen Donnelly. This is this guy. If you draw a map of this whole thing, all the different players, Donna Lupardo, Empire State Development, Jason Garner, Village of Endicott. This guy is connected to every bit of this thing. Sanjil, this guy is the kingpin. He's just at the center of this whole thing. So let's hear what he has to say. Let's just let this roll and listen to what he has to say.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Stephen Donnelly, 1170 Sapphire Drive, Endicott. So I'm just here to obviously speak.
I'm sorry. Is that your correct address of today? Because I think you moved 2 days ago.
It is my correct address. This isn't your time.
But I think you moved 2 days ago. I think you have a new address now, correct?
I have 2 addresses.
So 2 addresses. May I have your second one? Because your first address is you're leaving in 2 days. You're leaving in 2 days. What's your second address?
Excuse me.
It's a second
not your
address.
time.
So.
You can come and ask that question later. He's not going to be able to answer it later. If you want to answer that,
I do like the goat
Ken,
cheese,
but
though.
it's his turn to talk. We didn't interrupt you.
Okay, sorry. So obviously I'm here on behalf of Sunil. Not here to meet with the residents. You know, obviously I'm a resident as well. I have 2 kids that go to the Endicott schools. I don't have any concerns with the project, quite frankly, because I actually do look at the science. I don't look at, say, and the things that are out there. So, Donna Schmier has been very forthright about the process. He's been very positive about the project and very open with the community. He's happy to do the community forums. He's happy to do anything to sit down. In fact, he loves to sit down with the town union board as well to kind of talk to you guys about some of the things that are going on with the project. But I think it's quite frankly very premature to make any kind of decisions or any kind of resolutions when there isn't information. You have to go off the facts. And again, I understand. I'm not discounting the concerns of the residents, but I think those concerns could be answered with factual information that the town union and even the village of Endicott do not yet currently have. So I'm not asking for a resolution of support. I'm just asking for a not to have a resolution in opposition when, quite frankly, I think it's anti-business, and I think it's really not anything you can make an educated decision on at this point because you don't have that information. So we've offered, and Sunil has offered to work with third-party independent consultants separate from the residents, separate from Sunil, separate from the village of Endicott and the town union to verify any information that's in there according to what's been submitted with the DEC as well as all the other government bodies they've been working with. I know Dr. Whittingham and some other folks mentioned as well, Nobel Prize winner. So, I know he's been very supportive of the project, very, very intelligent man, and it's nice to know that we have somebody right there in our community. But I really would like to.
I like this guy's cadence. It's like ma 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 and you ever notice that? He's like ma 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 and
to ensure that it's based, all your decisions are based on fact and information and science and not hearsay and fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here?
Can I go again?
No.
Oh.
One second. He said that.
Okay.
Okay. So no one else here? All right.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to make a quick comment here that I'm asking that we sort of keep everything on the up and up. We recognize and avoid falling prey to any sort of attempts at deflection, confusion, all of the above. My ask here is that this board please kindly follow the recommendation by William Huston, already on this call.
Yeah, baby. Thank you for the shout out, Christine. Very nice. Thank you.
Oh, my address is 511 Exchange Avenue here in the village under the Old Union section.
And your last name?
Ellison, E-L-L-I-S-O-N.
Thank you.
Okay. So my ask is that if Sun Geel is on the up and up, and if the mayor feels that this is oh so safe, or a comment was made, not pointing fingers, then there should be no issue with going back to the beginning and doing this the right way. That is with a type 1 seeker review, including a coordinated review with a full comprehensive scope, bringing in the schools, Department of Transportation, Emergency Management, Department of Health, including 4 hearings. What I'm seeing here is we're arguing over something that's
Nice job, Christine. Those are so many of the things that I've been asking for. That's why I'm so... Where is my... Hold on. That's why I'm really so thrilled about the way this meeting went, because like one after another, I recommend, let's do what the Bill Huston recommendation is. So got a lot of, it started with Christine. She was like one of the first speakers on the Zoom call. I think she was the first speaker on the Zoom call. And there was quite a few others that chimed in too. So thank you, Christine.
That's been done wrong from the beginning. And I'm going to wrap up here and just say, in my view, in a world where everything seems to be going wrong and very confusing, my ask this board please kindly support us in our efforts to bring this back to the beginning and have our review as we should have in the beginning. Additionally, another subject, real quick, is that there are indeed signs posted by this corporation on this building. They were there back in April. I took pictures. They are there now. There is signs of people being there. And my question is to everyone here, how is it possible that this company is to the point where they're defending people coming to visit? They're calling in everybody to come in. They don't even have a building permit. So how can this be? Let's go back to the beginning. Let's make it right. Sanjil, you should have no problem with this. If you were truly on the up and up.
Okay, I just want to say really quick. So what Christine said there was so excellent. Very, very important point is that she didn't say this part, though. She was talking about all the permits that they lack. And she did a great point. They also lack, guess what they lack? They lack a certificate of occupancy. I foiled that, and that came back. No records meet your request. So what does that tell you? And they got signs on the door. There's no certificate of occupancy been issued.
Coordinated review, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Miss Searles?
Hi, my name is Alwyn Searles. I live at 124 North McKinley Avenue, which is 7/10 of a mile from where they want to put this incinerator in. I just want to say, with all due respect to Donnelly and Associates, I know that they have been hired to do a job, and that's their job. They've been hired to represent Sanjil. We are citizens that are concerned, and we have a lot of experts, and we have a lot of data. We are not just, this is not just word of mouth. There's over 3,000 people on a petition. The people that live in Endicott that are aware of this do not want Sanjil in our neighborhood. We don't want an incinerator. It's that simple. We don't care what the powers that be want. We know that there's a lot of money and power behind this. There's a lot of dirty dealings that we don't know anything about. Some of it we do, some of it we've heard here and there. We as the citizens, as the taxpayers, we don't want this in our neighborhood. This will destroy Endicott. It will. It has already affected home prices. It has already affected people coming into the area who do not want to live in Endicott because of what they've heard. Perception sometimes is everything. We just want a safe place to live. We are not against industry. We are not against clean industry. We are not against green industry. We are against an incinerator which will have cadmium dioxin being burned and released into the atmosphere. Sanjil has not been up front. They have already had their permit from the DEC withdrawn once because of their lying about the PFAs. That's not a good way to start. It's not a good way to start. So we don't have a lot of people that even actually know about it. There's our group. But when it gets past that, I run into people all the time, and they ask me about it, and they know nothing. So this was not done, like Christine was saying, this was not done in a above board manner. It feels like to us that they tried to sneak this in through the back door, and we don't know why, other than the fact that somebody's going to make an awful lot of money out of it, and it seems like it's going to be Sanjil, it's not going to be Endicott. So that's all I have to say, and I do thank you very much for listening to us. It's not something that we're used to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
am a project Spentini.
I don't know why the video's black right there. Okay, I'm moving my camera around. John really nails it. I thought John did a really great job here. And he pointed out something. I should find the old video, but he pointed out, he says, this is waste disposal. And I know I've told you the exact same thing too here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for listening. My name is John Rospentini. I live at 1013 Briarwood Drive in Endicott, New York. I am a project manager for environmental remediation, site remediations. I've been in environmental matters for about 36 years, and I have a degree in chemistry from SUNY Binghamton. So a couple things. Speaking of SUNY Binghamton, we've heard the names of some really famous people here, and yet they're so-called experts, and they do know a lot about battery, lithium-ion battery building, but they don't know much about what happens to them when you subject them to very high heat situations. In fact, nobody really does. There's a lot of unknowns about this. Okay, Paul Condon and I started researching this and found that there's very limited information, and most of the information we got was from what happens to lithium-ion batteries when they catch fire. All kinds of, you got fluorines, very, very reactive elements, all kinds of things start to form. Hydrogen fluoride, chlorinated benzenes. You've got PFAS in some of these batteries, and PFAS doesn't burn very well. As it was said earlier, they decided to pull that air permit because
I'm sorry, I have to I changed sources here because I had to change a camera battery. Stand by.
because not Stan Whittingham told them about it, not Shailesh Chipretti, not the DEC, not Sanjil. It was me, a guy who 3 months ago knew nothing about lithium-ion batteries, really, basics. Okay, so all this referencing these experts, they don't know. I'm telling you flat out, they just don't flip and know. Okay, so now the DEC is looking into this, right? They're looking into it, but they'll come around and say, well, they gave us some data, we think everything's good, and they're going to give them their permit back. Oil and water do not mix. A lot of these chemicals that are formed in the burning of these batteries are oil-based. The scrubber that they have is water-based. We all know that water and oil do not mix. Therefore, the chemicals that are oil-based are going to go right through that scrubber into the atmosphere. The DEC's response? I spoke to them yesterday. Tom Alter told me, well, I don't think that there's really that much to worry about there. Really? Okay, now here's the thing. Look at this in a language that everybody can easily understand here. This is not a recycling facility. This is a waste disposal facility. Why do I say that? Because 44% of the volume of those batteries is going to be destroyed. That's stuff that they don't want. It's going to be either burned up in the high temperature process, or it's going to go wind up in the baghouse. 44% approximately. What, 60% roughly or so is going to go to Korea, South Korea. There it's going to be recycled. No recycling, nothing that's coming out of that factory, that plant, is going to be ready to be used in a lithium-ion battery. The purpose of this facility is solely for waste disposal of the materials that Sanjeev does not want. And they're putting the risk of that process right in Endicott, New York.
You first heard about waste disposal here on the Bill Houston podcast. Yes, you did.
Really got to think about that. It's a waste disposal facility, not a recycling facility. It's just getting rid of the crap they don't need, and they're using our fair village to do that. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Great stuff, John. Good job.
About some of the things that are going on with the project, but I think it's quite frankly very premature to make any kind of decisions or any kind of resolutions when there isn't information. You have to go off the facts. And again, I understand, I'm not discounting the concerns of the residents, but I think those concerns could be answered.
Sorry about that. That was the wrong audio. Stand by. I'm going to go back to this.
Janice? Go ahead, Janice.
Hi, I live in Endicott, I'm off of Skyland Road.
Your last name?
I am, pardon me?
Your last name?
Tarantino.
I played a bit of her stuff earlier. This one, I really like Janice. She's really very passionate. This is great.
I'm absolutely appalled, disgusted. There's no words for it of how our mayor in Endicott has conducted herself. Word salad, dishonest, you name it. The residents do not want this. This is going to destroy Endicott, and you gotta be out of your blooming minds to be bribed into doing this. And if you do it, somebody's getting bribed. That's all there is to it. This is corruption at its worst and hideous. My husband was sprayed with Agent Orange, dioxin. Both of his children had birth defects. You talk about this more dangerous stuff, think about dioxin, and they're gonna be burning so many batteries, they're gonna be so lax. You think that they're lax about what they're doing now? You think they're gonna air quality test any better? They're gonna shut them down? Hell no. Birth defects, people. You don't want to deal with it. Stop this nonsense. Put an end to this corruption. American people are dealing with enough corruption right now. We're dealing with a virus, and you're going to put this on top of it? We can't take this nonsense anymore. And I second the first speaker to write up that resolution correctly so it's bulletproof. And we don't want it. And what happened to the petition? And this mayor playing games, we're going to retract it, we're not. All this lying, it's nothing but lying, corrupt, nasty lying, not representing the people, not doing her job, word salad, psycho in the head. Tired of it, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Wow, great job. Janice? I think Janice.
Nick?
Yes, Nick Burlingame, 117 Cornell Ave, Endicott. First off, I would like to say that I am not an opponent of recycling. I am opposed to recycling by incineration. I ask for a type 1 seeker with a full and proper coordinated review. And in regards to the Endicott Fire Department, I fully support them, and I am confident that the fire department could put out a lithium-ion battery And in regards to the Endicott Fire Department, I fully support them, and I am confident that the fire department could put out a lithium-ion battery fire. But my question is, what will happen to the water runoff after a fire? It will pollute our soil and our water, not to mention any possible air pollutants. Have you ever seen our community this fractured? Everyone is up in arms. You drive up and down the streets. There's signs, protests. This is a sad time to live in Endicott. I stand firmly with our community and oppose this facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I kind of disagree with Nick. I think it's a great time to live in Endicott because I think it's a great time to be alive because this kind of thing, it's bringing the community together. I think it's creating a sense of community that is rare since I've lived in Endicott. I think it's fabulous, and I know we've got a great threat in front of us, but we're kicking ass. We really are. We're kicking ass, and we're doing great. And I appreciate Nick for being one of the few candidates. I guess we have Pat Dorner running for re-election. Everybody knows what a great job Pat Dorner's done. I fully support Pat. The other one up is Cheryl Chapman, and also I believe who's the other one? Oh yeah, we have Nick Burlingame plus the two incumbents that are running. So I would support Nick, and he's a Republican, and Pat Dorner, who's a Democrat.
George?
Hi, my name's George Fiedler. I'm at 824 North McKinley Avenue in Endicott, New York. It's actually Town of Union. I am here as a reverse snowbird, as I've said before, and as I was preparing to leave, COVID struck, and so I won't return to Florida because it's a mess, and can't go back to Long Island where I was born and raised, so I'm staying here, and family members had asked me to participate. I'm a retired registered nurse. I'm a cancer survivor. I took care of a younger brother who died of leukemia. We were basically raised in Endicott and spent our summers on Jackson Avenue with our grandmother and grandfather. With my research, I'm part of the science team and the communications team. First thing I did was research the TCE spill and how it affected the area, and read 3 separate reports of what they discovered when it was fully researched by health departments and other agencies. And what was found is that there were low birth weights, there were spontaneous abortions, there were premature births, there were neurotubular defects, meaning in the first trimester, the spinal cord and brain, there were issues in development in the first trimester in this area and surrounding areas, actually. They didn't just study Endicott. Now we have a little bit of a pool of that stuff that is left in 3 buildings that are deteriorating on North Street. They're eyesores, they're monoliths. That doesn't help with the optics of what Endicott looks like. It is a beautiful area. I'm still in love with Endicott. How could I not? I have wonderful memories here. Now we're talking about PFAS. PFAS, actually, if you do the research and read the science, very simple, simply plain.
PFAS, 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 PFAS. Excuse me. Excuse me, we interrupt this broadcast to say PFAS, 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 PFAS. PFAS, 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 PFAS. We now return you to our regularly scheduled PFAS programming.
It acts like hormones. Okay, it's like a synthetic hormone that unfortunately our body can respond with it. A paper has just been completed, a process in which they discovered that should you get diagnosed with breast cancer, they saw that it causes the metastasis of same. It's mimics estrogen. So if you're being treated with the medication to block estrogen and you have PFAS in your system, which majority of us do have it, because we've been exposed for well over 50 years with PFAS, because we've been burning plastics and polymers forever. This is what's going to come off the incinerator. It cannot catch it all. And the science, you have to listen to the fact that the science in books and papers and research writings is one-dimensional. Okay? Endicott is not one-dimensional. We're three-dimensional. We're in a valley. We have strange our weather to our particular area. The industrial park is 560 acres. The one in Gunsan, South Korea, where this technology is coming from, is 8,000 acres with the highest elevation under 200 feet. One of our highest elevations is 950 when you look at topography. We have an experience here in reference to our weather that can affect how long anything that comes out of that stack will hover over Endicott because we're in a valley. And it's called radiation inversion. You can look it up and it'll tell you what will happen with that. 2 stacks exiting whatever comes out of what's being burned and incinerated. You cannot destroy the precious metals. There are 5 or 6 that are going to be ferreted out and leached out. But the plastic and polymers and the print that makes the batteries look pretty that you buy at CVS and Walgreens, that's ink. It's wrapped in a saran wrap shiny plastic to make them look pretty, so you buy them. But inside, there's separators that are made with polymers. They're mixed with a chemical called electrolytes. When they burn at moderate temperatures, they're drying the battery. They're decreasing the amount of energy that they can hold. Then they go to a higher temperature to destroy the plastics inside, the separating pieces inside, which are made of plastics. That's where PFAS comes from. That's where hydrofluoric acid will come from. Look up those things. Hydrofluoric acid, look up PFAS. It'll tell you all about it. We don't need another element in the air. They have stated on tape and in print that they feel there's only going to be approximately 100 pounds of bad stuff coming out of that chimney a year. Why do we want even 1 ounce, let alone 100 pounds? They've stated it in the meetings to us in public. What's being incinerated are the bonds of chemicals to destroy the chemicals. You cannot destroy the lithium, you can't destroy the aluminum, the copper, the magnesium, the manganese, and you cannot destroy the nickel that's going to be. You can't destroy the graphite. They're destroying, there is an incineration process. It destroys the chemical bonds, so the chemicals that can really cause damage will break apart. But that might not even be effective because within the chimney, and as they go into the air, they can rebond to make different chemicals, which is what John explained. We don't know how it's going to react. We just know that it's been studied in fish, wildlife, and water, and that it acts like a fake plastic estrogen, which is not good for women, number one, or child development in the womb on a cellular level when a placenta is being designed and structured. This was never discussed. What I'm explaining to you right now was never shared from day one when the great initiative to go green, to even get the money to give to SNGL started in 2017. Nobody described any of this. The majority of people that you see on your screens are the ones that did the research, have been coming to the meetings religiously, and have been trying to educate the mayor, Chapman, and Eileen Konechny. And they are refusing to hear us. They listen, but they're not hearing. And they're not accepting the science, the papers that we've given them that are even toned down so they could understand it. SNGL has not told the truth because it's in absentia of words. They are not using the correct words. They're using manipulative words, sir. I have treated cancer patients for decades. I know their stories. A lot of them are from deep environmental pollution. My brother John died because benzene gave him leukemia. He was 29. I took care of him for 2.5 years. My cancer was testicular. Also can come from environmental causes, since I spent so much time from footed pajamas here in Endicott. And I was diagnosed 6 months after my brother died in my arms. I'm telling you the truth. There's no reason for me to lie. I've never lied to a patient. Always told them the truth in the way that they could understand it for each individual person's education, their religion, their nationality. I'm using plain language. We're three-dimensional here. Everybody knows the science, and that's what they put forth. We also asked them to install an AMISA system that can actually evaluate the chemicals that are coming out of the chimney, the concentration per volume. They refused. A letter was, we were asked to send questions in. When Dana Schmier had his meeting, he refused to actually read the question about having an AMISA system and a different study done by an independent company at Sunjil, South Korea. They refused, and they convinced DEC as well not to enforce it or ask for it. When it should be a 6-week study, they did a 6-hour study in South Korea. These metals that are in these batteries are very important to America and the Department of Defense, specifically manganese, specifically lithium ion, specifically cobalt. Where are these things going from the black mass of mush that they're going to get from the crushing and washing and burning here in Endicott? Cobalt and lithium will be leaving America and going back to Sunjil, South Korea, to one of their 2 plants for further processing to get that. We need the lithium in America to manufacture our own batteries. We don't have a lot of lithium here. We have lithium in what's called the lithium triangle, which is in South America. China has the biggest portion of the lithium stores right now. They manufacture batteries, the lithium that they have, in a market that's in the hundreds of billions of dollars. America is only in the hundreds of millions as far as battery operation, battery manufacturing. Why can't we have that industry here? This is not a green company like they say. It is not manufacturing. It is incineration by burning off and breaking the bonds of chemicals. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. For those speaking after this, several of you, everybody to the 3-minute time. It's not.
I apologize. I thought there was a timer that would call 3 minutes, sir. I definitely apologize. I was waiting for somebody to say 3 minutes is up. I apologize.
Well, we're trying to let you finish a thought, but you can't put together a thought in 3 minutes for everybody. We're going to have to cut you off. It's just unfair.
Then I apologize.
Thank you. Honey?
I think it's worth noting, I mean, I agree with you that 3 minutes is.
Hi, Ryan. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, my video stopped working, so I wasn't sure if you could.
Address, Terry?
Hello?
Terry, can you give us your address? Terry, we lost you. Can you hear me, Terry?
Okay, hi. Sorry, I'm having a technical difficulty. Hi, my name is Terry Farrell. My son and I live on the west side of Endicott on 404 Hazel Avenue. We are both very engaged and active in our community. We love the culture and diversity of our schools and neighborhoods. We support local businesses and volunteer our time. Whether we're at a school or other event, we're always out in the community helping. I'm a single mom. Over the years, we turned our house in Endicott into our home. To subsidize my college tuition, I've worked in the cooperative program at IBM in Endicott and was assigned to Building 18. A few months later, I became very ill and watched others who lived and worked there also getting sick. I changed my degree from nutrition to environmental science to become educated on the effects of pollution on public health and the environment. I earned my bachelor's in policy and management and minored in watershed hydrology. I am currently running for Broome County Legislator to utilize my background, education, and personal experiences. One of my major issues I am currently addressing is the pollution from decades of industrial waste, the impacts it has on our water infrastructure, and concerns for ecosystems and public health. 1,4-dioxane is dangerous and has been detected in our water. According to NYPIRG, we are in the top 10 for most contaminated water in New York State. In March, I was invited to a call by a member of No Burn Broom in regards to the proposed battery facility, asking for my input and help. After becoming very involved in researching this company, I fully support all the groups and members for our community who are against further pollution. No Burn Broom, Aware, Mamas Against Sungeo, Concerned Citizens of Endicott. You have heard the experts and professionals discuss the legal ramifications of the zoning change, and our science community discuss the negative impacts on incinerating batteries. All are very important. What you do not hear, and is super important, are the stories of IBM, EJ, and companies that decimated our great little village by dumping dioxins and chemicals in our environment for years. Lessons that should have been learned to protect our future and the health and safety of all our residents. Many stories of illness, cancer, and death. This fight for our right for clean air and quality water is for my friend and co-worker who lost her son to a rare brain tumor. They lived in the plume and he was 5 years old when he passed away. This fight is for my friend Paul, who at my age suffered so many strokes, the last one took his life in a nursing home. He lived in the plume with his siblings. His mom and dad both have rare cancers. This fight is for my son's friend Xavier, who was born in the plume with kidney cancer, the #1 cause of cancer when exposed to trichloroethylene. My son and Xavier would be playing on the same baseball team on the fields behind the stacks where these dioxins will spew. He currently has stage 2 renal kidney failure. He is 15 years old. This fight is for everyone who has been negatively affected by all the pollution and contamination in Endicott. Even Dana Schmier cannot guarantee the safety of our children playing on a playground. I agree. We need to get a type 1 seeker and coordinated review, and let's go back to the beginning. We fight or we fail our community. I will keep fighting. Which one are you going to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, your name and address?
So my name is Maria Pizzuti. I live.
We lost you, Maria.
Hi, Rick. So I've lived here most of my life and live in the home I grew up in. And I have a couple of dogs, and I walk this north side neighborhood all the time. And I have seen people in this community working very hard to keep their homes up, to improve their homes. Their yards are always well kept. Children are out in the yards playing. We are the taxpayers of this community. We are the backbone of the community. We make this community exist. When faced with sometimes insurmountable odds. So we really need our elected officials to look to our needs first, support us first, because we are going to be here. We pay our taxes. Sungeo will not be paying taxes. Huron, after a 10-year pilot program, asked for a reassessment. Huron does not maintain their facilities. Drive on Clark Street, you've seen all of the dead ash trees. You've been on North Street and Oak Hill Ave, you've seen the crumbling buildings. So I really ask this Town of Union Council to really listen to the true residents of this community who really have the best interests of this community at heart. I really ask that you listen to us and that you support us and that you
Join the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much.
My name is Jennifer Broder, and I live at 11 Governor's Lane in Endicott. And I come to you today to say that unfortunately perception is reality in Endicott nowadays. This project has been completely rushed, and the perception is that the board and the mayor are trying to push a project through under our radar and behind our backs. They have not allowed the public hearings. They have not hardly allowed people to speak. And when we do speak, the mayor constantly looks away from us and doesn't even pay attention to the things that we're saying. Our voices have gone unheard, and we feel like we're just being pushed aside. We feel like that we should have another hearing of visitors. We should have a proper C-Corps investigation, and the village of Endicott. While I understand that Mr. Donnelly is a resident of Endicott, he is paid to make us believe that this is a good project. Honestly, anything he says that has a dollar sign behind it is because he's paid to say that that's so. And I 150% agree with the facts that we're coming to you with. The people on Noburn Broom have extensive experience in the science of this. And if they're telling you it to be true, I 100% believe that it is true. Sunjail, they held a forum, and the forum in which they held, they took our questions ahead of time and didn't even entertain all of our questions. And then watered down the ones that we did submit. And were handpicked. So I feel like everybody keeps saying that Dinesh Shamir is 100% transparent, but unfortunately that's not the case. I don't feel that he has been transparent. And so far, as facts are concerned, the only facts about formaldehyde, about PFAS, about any of the stuff that's coming into our environment from this have been from the scientists that I have worked with, not from Sunjail and not from anybody there. As a matter of fact, when asked, Sunjail specifically stated they cannot guarantee the safety of our children because they don't know anything about PFAS. They don't know. And our mayor turned that question around and said it was because of the stuff they dug out of the ground. But that's not true, because if you look at the tape of Sunjail saying this, the question was, how can you guarantee our child's safety from the chemicals that you're going to be putting out? It had nothing to do with the stuff dug out of the ball fields. But our mayor twisted it into that. So I just feel like, as Village of Endicott, Town of Union residents, we can't take anymore. We have been treated like idiots, and we demand a Type 1 C-Corps with a full EIS review. And that's really all I have to say, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello,
Hello, name please,
Karen Varma,
and address.
407 Milan Ave, Endicott.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that we live very close to where the Sunjail facility would be. My son plays baseball for Union Endicott Little League. I don't know of any parent that would feel comfortable allowing their children to play on those fields or even outside with this incinerator being so close. I mean, every parent loves their children. We work our whole lives to try to protect them. And I will not be able to live here if this facility comes in. And I know that several other mothers, young families, have also said the same thing to me. So this will basically, it will demolish Endicott as we know it. I mean, it may be, maybe they will become an industrial site, but people, residential people, you will be hard pressed to find a family
a young family with children, or any family really, that would want to move into this area and subject their children to these types of toxins. I mean, we already have enough here. I know people who have had 3 and 4 family members die who have lived in the plume. And we're re-subjecting our residents to this. I'm not opposed to industry, but it should be clean industry. There's plenty of clean industry. I mean, this is bringing 20 jobs to this town, 20 jobs. And it's a facility that is not even American. They're out of our country. I mean, what's going on in the world right now should, most people should wake up and see, why would Sunjil from South Korea have Endicott's best interest in mind? Why? Why would they even want to come here unless it benefited them some way? And I think they're playing on our vulnerabilities. They're playing on that we've been victimized in the past. They brought this on during the COVID epidemic when people had family members dying alone, couldn't have funerals, parents couldn't go to work, children's schools were canceled. And we have to suddenly worry about this on top of it. I mean, it just doesn't seem ethical. And I am a social worker. I will fight for social justice, and I just find this a violation of our rights, our civil rights and liberties. We the people are saying, we don't want it. We don't want to expose our kids. We don't want to take the chance. They don't have any other facilities like this. This is the first one they've even said. So they're going off of data, I would assume, by what they have in South Korea. And I find it hard to trust a company from out of the country that they have my best interests at heart, or anyone's. And it doesn't matter. The facts, the scientific facts are there. If they can show us, I know the mayor said she has facts that say it's safe. Well, why doesn't anyone see that? Why aren't we being shown the facts? So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary Ann Dorner, 75 Governor's Lane, Endicott, New York. Pat Dorner would like to speak after I do, if that would be okay.
Sure.
Thanks. And I applaud the Town of Union Board for coming on board and hearing this issue and coming to our rescue, maybe. We have not had any politicians advocate for us, and that in itself raises a huge red flag. I spoke to the senator's office yesterday, Senator Akshar. They called me because I wasn't able to speak on the town hall last week. And I said, other than Como, who was born, I'll just say, with a political spoon in his mouth, all of the politicians from Como down to the Endicott trustees, let's say, have not been born into a political family. And I said to Robin Alpa, who called me, I said, do any politicians remember what it was like when they weren't a politician, when they didn't have any power, when they didn't have any clout, when they were on this side of the office? And that old adage, it's tough to fight City Hall, is true. It's very, very true. And I said, I'm asking him to talk to Akshar and have some compassion for the people of Endicott and also the people of Enwell, Johnson City, Vestal, the whole Broome County, who would be subject to this incinerator. There's so much that is so confusing on all of this. And one is that I believe it was our last Endicott Village Board meeting. It was 5-0 that they were going to rescind the vote. And we were happy that they were going to rescind the vote. But as you have heard tonight, our mayor still is a proponent of Sunjeel battery incinerator. And so it's perplexing. She's the one that came out that night and said, let's rescind the vote. And now, but I still want it. So we're like tossed around. The other thing is, I feel that we have been groveling. You've heard people on this Zoom call tonight, and you've heard people that have spoken in person that are sitting in your office that are intelligent, really intelligent, that are scientists, that are mothers, that are business owners, that are the true, the good citizens. You've heard them. And then you had a couple people speak that said they have the science. But all they said is they have the science. They didn't say what the science was that they had. However, you did hear what our scientists have said, and we have more scientists on No Burn Broome, and we have 2 medical doctors on No Burn Broome, and they have the science. So it was interesting and it was hilarious. The night of the town hall that Danish Mir ran. He said, they are saying, this is what he said, this is the quote, they are saying this is a battery incinerator. We're not going to burn batteries. We're going to send all the precious metals back to South Korea. Well, were we supposed to applaud that? Do we want to be a third world country? Our country is going broke. Look at every day on the news. Now we have to deal with hurricane. We have COVID. We have destruction. We have violence. We have everything under the sun. And now they want to send all the precious metals back to South Korea.
I'm sorry, Ms. Warner. We're almost at 5 minutes here.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Pat wants to speak now.
Right. Thank you.
Great job, Marianne. That was really good. Okay, let's listen to Pat now.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Patrick Dorner, 75 Governor's Lane. I'm a trustee in Endicott. My background is in engineering, and I've been investigating claims for insurance companies for over 35 years. I know how to investigate and get to the truth. I know you've heard tonight a lot of brilliant people on this call. You have John, you have George, you have researchers that are unbelievable. And I trust their research 100%. When I talked to Mr. Mir in the political call a few weeks ago, I think Rick and Tom Augustini was on the call. I gave Mr. Mir my opinion of him, talking about these same subjects. And at the end of my talk, he pretty much gave the insinuation I was a whack job. The only thing I believe is green about this project is Mr. Mir is an economics major. He's looking to count his greenbacks all the way to the bank. Nothing green about this entire stinking project. My big concern is not the explosion at the incinerator plant. It's at the storage plant down the street where these batteries come in off the trucks. I've even heard Mr. Mayor say they're not going to even be neutralized because they're already neutralized before they come in. If that building blows, that's the problem we're going to have in this village. I've been told there's no evacuation system set up. He said if that blows, everybody in Endicott will have to evacuate. They may not even be able to leave their houses because the plume will be so bad. If you look at the video that happened in Beirut yesterday, that's what the Sunjeel thing will look like in Endicott. Mr. Mayor, on several videos, has said there will be fires, but we'll have the technology to put them out. That doesn't really put my heart to a very calm position. So, lastly, I think I mentioned before, Tom Augustini talked to me after that meeting with the supposed politicians, and Mr. Mayor was going to teach us the truth. Tom had the same opinion I did, that he's an arrogant individual that's trying to slam this down our throats. So I hope you'll listen to the people on this call and put a resolution together to help us stop this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracie?
Hello,
Hi.
this is Grace Pizzuti. Hello.
Hi.
I live on 916 Ann Lane, and I live here in Endicott. I've been a lifelong resident here. And I agree with everyone on this call that I am against this recycling incinerator. I should comment, it's not a recycling, it's an incinerator. But the thing that disappoints me is the lack of ingenuity, of imagination, of creativity. We're currently in a pandemic, and there are states, Florida, Texas, California, various countries that are dying for PPE equipment. They're dying for PPE they're dying for PPE equipment, masks, shields, gowns, protective equipment. We are a community that is based on making things. We made things, and unfortunately it had an ugly side effect to it, but we made things in this community, from shoes to computers to steel, you name it. And we need, so I'm disappointed that we haven't started. We have fallow factories that could have been refurbished into starting to make PPE equipment, masks, shields. The Kodak factory in Rochester is being refurbished to start to make vaccines for this COVID-19 virus. Why aren't we looking into things like that? I don't, you know, I probably am off the cuff and I apologize. But I think these are other things. I mean, this is the only thing that we can come up with is an incinerator. So I hope we investigate other things. Thank you.
Thank you. No. All right. I think everybody else is over here.
One more.
Oh, you got one more?
All right.
Oh, here you go. Sorry, didn't see your hand there.
Hi, Becky.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Your full name and address, please.
Fantastic. I live at 1409 Rochester Street in Endicott. I've been a resident for 55 years, both in the village, a property owner in the village, and right now I'm in the town of Endicott.
Can we have your last name, please?
Judkovics.
You got it, good. Thank you.
My son's a lifelong resident. it's so much sadness to see our village, beautiful village, being destroyed again. I plead with you, please listen to the signs, people. I'm an 85-year-old man. It's not for me that I'm pleading. I'm pleading for the people and the children and their children. Please listen to the science and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're gonna look one more time. Is there anyone else?
Carol Layton,
Carol Layton.
on the first page, she had her hand up.
Yes, Rick, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Ted Warner. I'm at Nanticoke Avenue in Endicott.
Hi, Ted.
I'm a trustee on the Village of Endicott board with Pat. I'd like to thank the town board for the town council for, I read I guess the first draft of this resolution that's going to be presented tonight. I don't know what changes have been made to that, but I'd like to thank the people behind that for coming to our rescue in Endicott. This issue you've seen tonight with these people talking, this issue is an issue that's extremely, extremely unique. You have 99% of the people on one side of this issue, and you have the mayor and her deputy mayor, Cheryl Chapman, on the other side of it, who are trying to shove this down the throats of the Village of Endicott residents. And this is an issue that is a big stake for Endicott, and the town of Union has a big stake in this also, since we are in the town of Union. This was an issue, this was a company that wants to come to town that was just jumped on and pushed with no forethought at all. There are zero health regulations put in place for this factory. There hasn't been one word of discussion amongst the village board or any of the boards or commissions in the village on health issues. There's no written safety regulations put in place. The only thing we have is what Sunjeel says, we'll do this, we'll do that, we won't do this, we're gonna be safe. All we have is verbal, which is totally meaningless, and we all know that. There's no traffic regulations put in place. And when I say put in place, I mean in writing. Some of this stuff could be done with a site plan review, but they say there's going to be 2 trucks bringing batteries in. How do we, if they don't, what they bring in 10 or 20, what can we say about it? What can we do about it? We have no written fire department plan of what happens when there's a problem over there. I forgot who it was that said this. Pat, I think, said they're storing the batteries across the street, kitty corner across the street from this factory plant. That building is a corrugated tin building. 90% of the batteries are being stored there. They're going to burn 2,000 pounds of batteries per hour. They're going to bring 1 day's worth of batteries across Franklin Street every day. The rest of them are going to sit over in that building. That's where the danger is, with all these batteries piled on top of each other. We have no written EMS plan. What happens if there's a fire? What do we do? Nothing. The village has done nothing. There's no written evacuation plan put in place. We're told this is the first lithium battery recycler plant in the nation. I've told many people this. What happens when the second one comes in Albuquerque, New Mexico? And they call, Endicott, New York is the test case. We're the guinea pigs. So is Town of Union. What happens when Albuquerque calls for the second plant and they ask us, well, how does this work? What did you guys do to get this to get ready for this? All we can tell them is nothing. We did nothing. Nothing. That's our story. To me, being on this board that's doing this, it's totally embarrassing that they would do this to the Village of Endicott and to the residents. You go over on Roble Avenue and you sit there and look at the factory on your right side with these huge smokestacks, a string of houses on the left side, on the west side of the street, kids running all up and down the lawns playing. literally 45 feet from the smokestacks. It's an irresponsible move on the part of the village. I again thank Town of Union for seeing how irresponsible this is. It's insensitive on the part of the mayor and the deputy mayor. They talk about PFAS, the dioxins that are going to come out of these smokestacks. There is a lot of studies on dioxins. There is very little information nationwide on PFAS. PFAS were invented. They were invented in World War II. They're the most dangerous chemicals known to science. If 10 parts per trillion get out onto the north side of Endicott, it's a huge health hazard. Nobody can understand what 10 parts per trillion means. What it means is, a different way of saying it, in 32,000 years, it's 10 seconds. That's what 10 parts per trillion is. So no state in the nation has any regulations on PFAS. New York State is probably going to be the first, but we don't even have regulations on PFAS. This is why DEC revoked their permit. They did not disclose that there's PFAS in batteries.
And you're at about 5:30 right now.
Okay, thank you, Rick, I'm done.
All right, thanks, Ted. But thanks for that last information. Carol?
Great job, Ted Warner, as always. Great job, Ted.
Carol Layton.
Carol Layton.
Hi, my name is Carol Layton, and I live at 123 Wilson Avenue.
Thanks for that last information.
Carol Layton.
Carol Layton.
Hi, my name is Carol Layton, I live at 123 Wilson Avenue in Enwell, which is in the Town of Union. I have been very much against this battery recycling company coming in. I have been part of the group No Burn Broom since March, and I have actively tried to help them fight this situation from as soon as we knew things were going on. I cannot believe how the mayor of Endicott has completely ignored any of our concerns about this factory, and she just keeps going full speed ahead and doesn't care what her Endicott residents or even the surrounding communities think about this. We are all scared to death. It's a dangerous situation, and I would just like to say I thank you for the Town of Union for finally listening to our concerns, because we have been trying for months, contacting various Broome County officials, Town of Union officials, Endicott officials, state officials, trying to get them to listen to us that this is not a good location for this company to come in right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. It's just going to cause more problems with cancers and pollution, and I think we've already had enough with IBM and Endicott Johnson. Why do we want to do this again when we can really be proactive this time and prevent something from coming in that's going to cause us more physical harm? So thank you, Town of Union, for listening to us this time, and we really appreciate all the help that you can give us.
Thank you. Okay,
Rick?
We're
Hi.
right there. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Kathy Nichols. My address is 918 Day Hollow Road in Endicott. We have listened to everybody, and the only thing I'm going to ask of you is to please listen, please help us, and please support us. We do not want this here. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. You good? Okay. So, I believe that's it. Let's, call this hearing of visitors to a close. Communications for filing, Mr. Augustini.
Make a motion that communications for filing 1 through 4 be accepted and placed on file.
Motion has been made by Mr. Augustini, seconded by Mr. Bertoni, to receive and file communications filings 1 through 4. Are there any comments? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? The motion carries. Communications for filing, so the communications for filing have been received. Communications for action. Life ahead.
Make a motion, communications for action number 1 be approved and referred to the Commissioner of Public Works and the Parks Manager with a reminder to follow all pandemic regulations.
If they close the building, I'll be right back.
Okay, you've heard the motion by Mr. Augustini, seconded by Mr. Bertoni, to refer action number 1 to Public Works and Parks Manager with the caveat that they were following all the regulations that we have for the pandemic. Are there any comments? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None? It is referred. Mr. Augustini?
Make a motion, communications for action number 2 be approved, referred to the Highway Superintendent and the Commissioner of Public Works with a reminder to follow all pandemic recommendations.
So I think they basically just take a break here. I don't think they really do anything having to do with the incinerator until after the break. I'm skipping ahead a little bit.
Number 6, Mr. Augustini.
Make a motion, communications for action number 6 be referred to the Deputy Commissioner for Codes and Ordinances and the Senior Planner.
Related to said proposed project. Specifically, whereas it has been recommended.
Okay, now we're getting back into it. This is after the break. And by the way, thank you, Diane Hunter, for taking over the camera while I had to run home. I'm a creature of habit, and sometimes when I do something, anyway, I left a rice cooker plugged in, and it turns it down to this warm temperature. But I had been there a couple of hours, so I just wanted to run home and make sure that my rice cooker was unplugged. So I sprinted home on my bike, and Diane, looks like you did a great job doing the camera work. Thank you very, very much. Super good job. Okay, we're going back to it.
We had no petitions, so committee reports. The following committee items reference a motion or resolution and are simply potential items after due consideration. Safety, Laws, and Legislation Intergovernmental Committee, Mr. Bertoni.
Yes, I have a resolution of opposition to the proposed Sun-Gil lithium-ion battery recycling facility project located in the village of Endicott. A formal request to the village of Endicott board to take into consideration various facts and issues of impact on the town of Union residents related to said proposed project. Specifically, whereas it has been recommended that the town board oppose the approval and opening of the Sun-Gil lithium-ion battery recycling facility in Endicott to open and operate in Endicott. And whereas it has been recommended that the town board encourage the village of Endicott to take into consideration the No Burn Broom Group research and their suggested health warnings, including the science-based information regarding chemicals that do or may result from the two-stage burn process at the proposed facility. And whereas it has been recommended that the town board encourage the village of Endicott to take into consideration the request by the group known as No Burn Broom.
No Burn Broom.
To legislate regulatory actions with respect to PFAS concerns.
PFAS.
Including regulating PFAS.
PFAS.
A broad group of, excuse me if I pronounce this wrong, perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances
PFAS, 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 PFAS. We love 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 PFAS. We eat PFAS on my I eat PFAS on my cereal. I love to eat scrambled PFAS in the morning.
which may be highly toxic together with other fluorinated byproducts and nanoparticles.
Nanoparticles!
And whereas it has been recommended that the Village of Endicott take action
Ooh, take action.
to have
Action. Remember Action Jackson? I think she took down that page, but it was Action Jackson.
the New York State DEC rescind the air discharge permit granted for the proposed facility.
The air discharge permit. You mean do you mean the air discharge permit that was just rescinded already by the DEC? Is that the one you mean you want rescinded? The one that they already rescinded.
And whereas it has been recommended that the town board encourage the Village of Endicott to take into consideration the request of the group known as No Burn Broom to object, challenge, and not approve the proposed facility for recycling of lithium-ion batteries.
And whereas No Burn Broom is the best group in town and no other group matters and any other group should shut up and listen to No Burn Broom because of PFAS, PFAS, PFAS.
In the town of Union, which may release harmful toxins into the community.
And whereas, be it resolved, that we ask them super, super nicely if they would please just think about considering, just for a second, that maybe, just maybe,
And whereas it has been recommended that the town board and the Village of Endicott encourage the Village of Endicott to take into consideration
encourage them and pat them on the head and maybe give them a treat.
the request by the group known as No Burn Broom.
No Burn Broom.
That the proposed facility that is currently operating in South Korea is located in a very large industrial, approximately 8,000 acres, where the nearest residential community is approximately 3 miles away. Whereas the proposed Endicott location involves a proposed plant that will operate with residents living across the street and children playing in the adjoining athletic fields. And whereas it has been recommended that the town board encourage the Village of Endicott
Encourage with encourage with positive reinforcement and with words of kindness and pat them on top of the head.
to take into consideration the
Please think about just we're going to encourage you to think about, to try to maybe, put it on your wish list. We hereby resolve to put it on the wish list.
request of
And request very, very, very nicely with great poise and decorum.
the group known as No Burn Broom.
No Burn Broom.
To review the New York State DEC.
And besides, No Burn Broom, no other group matters. No Burn Broom is the best. No Burn Broom is the only group. It's the original No Burn Broom. No Burn Broom, home of the PFAS.
Report, which report seemingly found that the limited air emission data by the applicant company was acceptable, but should have involved a credible third-party verification or confirmatory testing. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the town of Union hereby does not support the proposed Sungeal lithium-ion battery recycling facility project, and hereby approves a copy of this resolution being provided to the Village of Endicott and disseminated to the town of Union residents, and it is further resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately, and that the supervisor and such other employees are hereby authorized to
What happened to my shot? I gotta fix my shot. Hold on. My shot's all messed up. My shot's all, oh boy, that's super fuzzy. All right, maybe I need to straighten up in how I sit in my chair. Okay, this has been a marathon live stream. We're still rolling. It's been, how long does it? 4.5 hours. Wow. Pretty long live stream. I don't know if I can get my light working. Okay, I have super fuzzy. Super fuzzy. I think well, that doesn't help, does it? All right, well, I'm just going to do the best I can. Bark, bark, bark. Okay. Okay, so here we go. It's very, very weak. No burn. She's like, Jesus, did you hear how many times they said no burn broom, no burn broom, no burn broom? We're the greatest. No burn broom says that no burn broom is the best. So it sounds self-congratulatory, and it's defective. Okay, no burn broom, PFAS. I hope you all got it by now. PFAS is going to be solved by what? By permit conditions. You got it. So all the people, just letting you know, all the people let's build a list of the names. Who are the people that are talking about PFAS right now? Who are they? What are their names? From what group? No burn broom, no burn broom, no burn broom, PFAS. All you people asking for PFAS right now. We got a delay. Great job. We got a delay. The PFAS bought us a good delay. Great job. Leave it alone. Leave the PFAS. Help me and concerned citizens of Endicott try to get an environmental impact statement. You want the recipe? I'll tell you the exact recipe. I've been through this lots of times. I've been through a lot. I do a videographer thing. I travel around with my camera, but when I set up my camera at these different events, I'm paying attention too. And I've learned a little bit about how SEQR works, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, SEQRA. So I have the prescription. I've been trying to say what the prescription has been, and that is you begin with a Type 1 SEQR review. You know why? Because with a Type 1 SEQR review, a coordinated review is not optional. That's one reason why a Type 1 SEQR is superior. So, in the coordinated review was key in defeating the Fenton bomb trucks terminal, okay? So, the fact that DEC skipped right over it, and it was optional with an unlisted action. So they're allowed to skip over it with an unlisted action. But you know what? Giving us an unlisted action is illegal. It violated the law, New York State law, New York State SEQR law. The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation came here and tried to shove an incinerator into Endicott, violating the law as they went along. Okay, that's the DEC. That's our own government. Okay, that's our own government. The DEC violated the law. Everybody's letting them get away with it. Donna Lupardo's letting them get away with it. And when I call out Donna Lupardo, guess who I got a nasty email from? No burn broom. What? Wait a minute. What did you say, Bill? Okay, let's go through that one more time, okay? So, I basically called out Donna Lupardo as being a gangster, as being part of a criminal gang, and she's been promoting this thing from day one. And I guess No Burn Broom is of the opinion that, we got to make Donna the hero. You know what? Donna has had 1.5 years, coming up on 2 years. Pretty close. August, September, 1 month, September. September. It'll be 2018. It was September. What was the date of the original ESD press release? And I'm not good with dates like Craig Stevens is. We're coming up on the anniversary, the 2-year anniversary. Donna Lupardo better get on the stick and better quit dancing around about what this facility is. Okay, she's now admitting that it has a heater. You're in the wintertime, you got a little space heater. It's just like a little heater. It's a heating process. Don't you like to sit in front of the heater in wintertime? Isn't that nice? So nice. Be in front of the heater. No, this thing is 1,000 degrees Celsius. That's like 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's going to be like a rocket engine. It's not a heater. You could say smelter. You could say 2-stage incinerator. You could say roasting. They burn a lot of natural gas. It's a 2-stage incinerator. That's probably the best description of this thing. Okay, 2-stage incinerator. They're going to turn up the final output from 800 degrees C, which is pretty damn hot, to 1,000 degrees C. Okay? Do you want a cleaner burning incinerator? No? Then quit your flapping about PFAS. Because the more you talk about PFAS right now, the greater the chances are that we're going to get a cleaner burning incinerator. It's going to be solved via permit conditions. Is that what you want? You want to solve it via permit conditions, right? And accept an illegal process. And it all has to do with that zoning change. The zoning change is central. And I agree. Who was it? One of the speakers here was talking about the fact that the zoning change. Oh, I think it was Marianne Dorner. She said the zoning change doesn't make any sense because Linda, she says she wants to rescind it. The zoning change, which was going to permit the facility, even though Linda Jackson talked about it using like Orwellian language, really double think, kind of like backwards talk. Orwellian language, like she called removing the express prohibition on incinerators, she would call that adding special restrictions on recycling facilities, which is really messed up. It's not adding special restrictions on anything. In fact, adding special restrictions on recycling facilities is preempted. I need to get to this point where I can cite this. I need to cite this one. Preemption. What's the number? What's the number? What's the number? One of these comes up from China. Call to recycle. I wish there was a NY. Oh, there's some. Stand by. For 1 second, I'm... Aha. Got it. It's Environmental Conservation Law, ECL 27/1811. Okay, let's bring this up over here so you can see it too. Sorry. Here it is. On fine law, it abbreviates it ENV, but most places call this ECL, Environmental Conservation Law. It's really, I guess that is, this kind of call out is actually, I guess, depending upon the publisher of the law, not the state body itself, which is kind of unusual. But the publisher decides this kind of nomenclature to some degree. But it's ECL, I call it ECL section 27/1811. Passing special restrictions on battery recycling facilities is against state law. We want to read it? Jurisdiction in all matters pertaining to rechargeable battery recycling is, by this title, vested exclusively in the state. Any provision of any local law or ordinance or any rule or regulation promulgated thereto governing rechargeable battery recycling shall, upon effective date of this title, shall be preempted. Preempted. Right? See this word? Right in the center of the screen. See that in the center now. Oh. It's really hard doing this, friends. Okay. Preempted. See it? Preempted. It's preempted. Okay, let's go back to this.
Take such additional and further action to implement this resolution as may be necessary. I would like to also add that we have a list of 10 questions and concerns that we would like to turn into the record. And we also have some information from...
That's not part of the resolution, correct?
No, but I'm submitting it as part of the record. I would like it to be...
But I think you have to do that. I don't think you can do that during the resolution yet.
To make it part of it?
Yeah, it's not going to be part of the
Go to
resolution.
discussion first and then...
So what do you want me to do?
Because it's not part of the resolution, I think you deal with the resolution first, and then you can ask the question.
So I was out I ran home, so I don't think I was there for this. I'm really seeing this for the first time. I missed all this, so we're watching this together, friends.
Questions afterward as part of the resolution.
No, I want to submit it with, I wanted to submit the questions with it. And also the information from concerned citizens of Endicott. I want all of that. I mean, I apologize for not being a professional resolution writer, and we're trying to get as much of this information in as we can. So it was my understanding in the work session that some of the questions that were turned into the board would be given to Lenny as part of the record.
Right. Part of the record is different than part of the resolution. So if you want to make it part of the resolution, then you have to add whereas and resolved and all that other stuff.
It'll be submitted into the minutes, so.
What?
It'll be public record, it'll be submitted into the minutes.
Yes, that's what I want.
Finish
So
the
if somebody
resolution.
comes in and
So we got to talk about this. This part right here was, I think I might have just showed back up again here. This part here was a little troubling to me because they were basically, at this point, they were talking about, it seemed like they were going to pass this crappy resolution. Forgive me, whoever wrote it. I'm sure you tried to do a good job. It was defective and incomplete. It was defective and incomplete and weak. So it needs some enhancements to it. Okay, that's all. We need to get some enhancements to this thing. But they were going to include this somehow into the record, but not actually wrap it into the resolution. And it just seemed like, and I was getting upset. I was sitting in the back room. I'm going, no. And the attorney looked at me, and it was very subtle. You know, the attorney looked at me and said, "You're not allowed to talk here." And I didn't say anything additional, but this is coming up.
Wants to look up what happened here, they see that we have this with them.
Yes.
So finish the resolution,
I did.
and then during the discussion part,
I have it.
Okay.
okay, I just think that's the right way to do it.
Okay.
I have no problem with you doing that.
That's fine. So,
Tom?
You're done reading?
I'm done.
Oh, second.
Okay,
Sandy's supposed to second this, right?
yeah, but Tom wanted to.
All right.
So you've heard the proposed resolution as presented by Mr. Bertoni and seconded by Mr. Augustini. Are there any comments?
I would like to say that I'm proud of the fact that we listened to our residents. And I would like to submit some questions that we have as a board, and also some other concerns that Ms. Staley has presented to us, and we're going to look those over and make those part of the record. And then maybe when we draft a letter to the Village of Endicott, we try to incorporate as much of it as we can in addition to the resolution.
So now you have to read all of those things to be part of the record. I think to be part of the record, or can you just hand you the?
No, you should read them.
You got to read them all.
Once again, the ask here is just to the Village of Endicott. That's insufficient. It's not enough. The ask has to be beyond asking the Village of Endicott. It's got to be a declaration. It's like the universal declaration. We oppose all actions by the state to advance this thing. It's not just a letter to the village. This wasn't going down the right way. It really wasn't. It really had some major defects, and I hope people can see that, because a lot of people on the call were going, at the end toward me, because John Ruspentini portrayed it like Bill Huston is trying to push the Bill Huston agenda. Ding, 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 ding. That's going to be my new theme music. And that's what I'm going to call my show, the Bill Huston Agenda. So, I don't know what my agenda is other than the same thing everybody else wants. We want to protect clean air and clean water. You're the one that's talking about PFAS, polyfluoroalkyl substance, poly and perfluoroalkyl It's going to be solved with permit conditions. Do you want to build a better incinerator? Yes or no? If you don't want to build a better incinerator, if you want to put the big kibosh on this thing for a long time, like you said, it's going to take years. Good. It should take years. That's the idea. The idea is to, number one, just follow the law. If we didn't get a legal process, we should get a legal process. And this is another thing. Asking for a legal process, even somebody that's for the incinerator should be able to agree that we should get a legal process. This should be 100% of the people on the board should agree to this thing, not just, no, we don't want those. We're being reasonable people here. We're not anti. We want to follow the science. If you want to believe in the science, then let's go through the science that's embodied in the law, and it's called SECRA, State Environmental Quality Review Act. We were gypped because of the zoning change. That's what I left off before. Because of the zoning change, they needed to change the zoning prior to May 7th, 5/7/2020. There was an express prohibition of incinerators in any zone in the Village of Endicott. An express prohibition. So in order to put an incinerator here, which Linda Jackson calls a recycling facility, and Donald Lupardo, Stephen Donnelly, recycling facility. WBNG, recycling facility. Jeff Platsky, recycling facility. Bill Houston, it's a friggin' incinerator. And thank God other people are saying it now too. God bless all of you. All of you wonderful people in Endicott. I've never been more proud to live in Endicott. So I was getting upset at this point.
Okay. We have concerns as to the entire process, and I agree with several of our residents in that this needs to go back to step one. It absolutely does. There are so many permits and so much misinformation out there, and I personally am not sure that the Village of Endicott has the capacity to oversee this at the level that it needs. I know that our planning department does extensive research before anything is even presented to the zoning or planning board, and the Village of Endicott needs to do that. And they need to fill out the required permits. They need to address every single permit that any of the residents feel is concerned. So our questions are, has a zoning application been submitted? What permits or approvals does Sunshield have to operate? Has the village board or village planning board been declared lead agency? Has it been decided by the lead agency that environmental impact statement is needed or not needed?
Good. That was the first time I heard that. Environmental impact. But they're asking, has anybody asked them if it's needed or not needed? No. No. That's not a good ask. We want one, damn it. That's the ask.
Ms. Staley has
Check.
presented to us, and we're going to look those over and make those part of the record. And then maybe when we draft a letter to the Village of Endicott, we try to incorporate as much of it as we can in addition to the resolution.
So now you have to read all of those things to be part of the, I think, to be part of the record, or can you just hand you the?
No, you should read them.
You got to read them all.
Okay. We have concerns as to the entire process, and I agree with several of our residents in that this needs to go back to step one. It absolutely does. There are so many permits and so much misinformation.
All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm not a break, but I'm just going to take
Out there, and
we're going to take a break from watching that video for a second, and I'm going to look something up here because I've been trying to find this. I know who I sent it to, and so I'm having trouble finding this list. And I got it. I got it. All right. So, I just got to make a little. I have to make a little way to present this to you that's different in the original, from the original format. Stand by 1 second, friends. Wow, 4 o'clock in the morning coming up on. This is a long live stream, baby. Thank you. Is there anybody still with us, still listening to us? I almost doubt it. I'm going to try to break this up into smaller chunks, friends, so that people can more easily digest it. People are slamming doors. I hope I'm not. Am I just talking too loud here? I don't know. Maybe I am. They say, my last neighbor said the walls are paper thin, but I don't really. Anyway. Okay, so here we go. So the question is, how many outstanding permits are there? And I listed them all, as many that I knew. There might be others. This is really a substantial list. So the DEC, we're still waiting for the ASF permit, the Air State Facility permit, because it was issued on March 30th and then withdrawn May 31st over this PFAS issue. And then they got to get a building permit. The demolition permit has to be reissued because the last one expired, and Chris Pelto told us that they abandoned the work. But now the fire chief says that they don't need a demolition permit if there's no structural things. Whatever, I don't know. Maybe they're working in there right now, but they don't have a certificate of occupancy, which seems to me like a big problem. There was no certificate of completion of the prior demolition work that they did issue a permit for, so there should be a certificate of completion. Nope. Because they didn't complete it. They abandoned it. There's so much wrong with this, friends. And they need to get an aquifer permit. That was something that Claudia Bramer found. And then likely there's going to have to be a site plan review by the planning board. And if there is, guess what? It's going to trigger a GML 239M review. And that might trigger an additional seeker. You have to include the seeker, but maybe there you include the seeker from the DEC. I don't know. So there's at least 8 8 outstanding permits. That's kind of cool. They really are pretty far away. And when the mamas get engaged, you know, there's no stopping them. So we're in pretty good shape, really. But we can't, that doesn't mean go to sleep. That doesn't mean let down your guard. We still need to keep going full force. We have some great energy going right now. Let's keep it going, and let's quit with the infighting and quit picking on Bill Huston. Bill Huston's fucking kicking ass. Pardon my German. We all need to, you know, you ask around. Did Bill Huston ever steer you wrong with any advice that he said about this so far? Has anything Bill Huston said about this has been wrong so far? Anything? I've been talking, somebody said on the call, Carol Layton, maybe somebody, I don't know, but somebody said, we've been working on this thing since April. April? Or maybe it was May. April. You've been working on this since April. Okay? You know how long I've been working on it? Since September of last year. So, man. Okay, I might have to end this stream because I'm hearing voices. This is a good graphic right here. I'm going to take a picture of this. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm going to check the chat really quick here, friends, and see if anybody is still on. One concurrent viewer, maybe one person. Propaganda audio is cutting. Oh boy. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that. So, I might have to redo substantial parts of this. Maybe I'll just wrap it up for right now, friends, and I'll come back and finish this up in another podcast. So, thanks for tuning in, and I'm going to sign off for now. And please be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and like this video, share it out. I work in the public interest, so I appreciate donations in any amount. My snail mail address is P.O. Box 22, Endicott, New York 13761. My PayPal is tinyurl.com/donate to Bill Huston. So, thanks a lot. We'll talk to you later.